Proposing that we would be willing to start the meeting. Are we now live? I've got a nod and a thumbs up. Okay. So, I'd first like to welcome those members of the public and press watching today's meeting of the Combined Authority Board. A reminder to those present that this meeting will be broadcast live and recorded. Our thanks go particularly to Peterborough City Council for hosting this month. There are no fire drills scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting and we will all leave by the nearest exit and assemble on the concourse next to the multi-storey car park. Can I ask everyone present to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate while the meeting is taking place? As you will be aware, we are now in the pre-election period, and I am conscious that some of our constituent authorities are holding elections. Board members will be aware of the need to observe care in this pre-election period to avoid using the platform of decision-making meetings such as this one for anything which may be interpreted as electioneering, and I thank you in advance for your sensitivity and the support I will be offered by my team whilst I'm undertaking the chair of the meeting. We're now going to move on to item 1.1, which is announcements, apologies and declarations of interest. I think you may have become accustomed that the opportunity to allow the Mayor to make an announcement. I thought it was only appropriate to acknowledge that since we last met as a board, significant things have changed in our world. I see it as a huge irony that we have the luxury of being able to debate openly and disagree about issues that, be they about transport, be they about the provision of higher education, that is not a luxury that the community and the country of Ukraine currently has. We need to be able to work together, stand up against the tyrant that is bringing that destruction to that company, to that country, and remember that in the same way that I've always talked about values of compassion and cooperation and community, I would hope that we have, as the community of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough has already shown in bucket loads, as to how we should approach the challenge of such tyranny. I would add my particular acknowledgement to the people and indeed the politicians of Ukraine who've shown a fourth C of courage, that courage coming before the compassion and cooperation and community. That in its way is a way that we should be looking at how we are lucky enough to sit here today and enjoy the luxury of a democracy. And I just wanted to say thank you to the people of Ukraine, all the communities, as to what they have done to stand up against the tyranny and give us an example of how we should behave. Moving on, I know Jan Thomas needs to leave the meeting at 12:30 p.m. today to other commitments, and I understand Austin Adams will also be need to leave at 1:30 p.m. Would the Democratic Services officers let us know of any other apologies? And Lewis, I'm sorry, Councillor Herbert, I appreciate you did mention between, is it 12 and 1 you may be unavailable.
No other apologies, Mayor.
Does any member wish to declare a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-statutory disclosable interest in any items being considered today? Austin Adams.
Yeah, there are multiple references to Metalcraft again in the reports, of which I'm a director and a shareholder in the parent company.
Thank you. Just as a note that declarations of interest can also be made at any point during the meeting. Item 1.2 is the minutes of the meeting on the 26th of January and the action log. We are being asked to approve the minutes as an accurate record. If any member wishes to raise a question on the accuracy of the minutes only, can you indicate that now? I see no objections, so we will take the minutes as approved unanimously, and I will sign them now. Are there any questions on the action log? Thank you. Items 1.3 and 1.4 are petitions and public questions. We have received neither this month, so we will move on. Moving on to part 2, and as John Alsop takes the podium, we move this into finance, and part 2 of the agenda. Item 2.1 is the Budget Monitor Report for March 2022. John Alsop, in his role as the Chief Finance Officer, joins us to introduce the report. Sorry, John, I jumped ahead a little bit. The floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, members. So this
John, can you just put your thing on? Sorry, is your speaker on?
I think
It's a bit closer.
yeah.
Thank you.
So this is the regular financial update report, which brings 4 recommendations to the board for approval. Firstly, to note the financial position of the combined authority for the financial year to date. To approve, in principle, slippage of unspent project budgets on the capital programme and on the revenue budget, so that unfinished schemes can continue spending against approved old year budgets into the new financial year. To approve the execution of the revised Memorandum of Understanding and associated repayment of £22 million for the Green Homes retrofit programme. The background to this was the subject of a paper at the last board meeting, and to approve the additions to the capital programme and the revenue medium-term financial plan as set out in section 6. So a summary of the revenue budget is shown in the table under paragraph 3.1. The tables are based on actuals expenditure for the 10-month period to the end of January, which was the most recent set of analysed data which was available for reporting against before board papers needed to be submitted. The forecast outturn positions, however, are based on more up-to-date knowledge and of ongoing activity. The revenue forecast outturn shows a favourable variance for the year against approved budgets of approximately 5.4 million. 1.5 million of this is being requested as carry forward, with the 2 significant projects within this balance relating to the bus review and to the business case for Peterborough Station Quarter. The balance of 3.8 million being underspend, which will be returned to reserves. The majority of this relates to ring-fenced budgets, as listed under 3.4, and those will be carried forward for within specific ring-fenced reserves for future spend. So that's the adult education budget and the Greater South East Energy Hub. Amongst unring-fenced savings, those will go into the general reserve for eventual reallocation. Those savings include unspent response funds, some savings from the Cambridgeshire Autonomous Metro project, and savings on accommodation. The 2021-22 revenue budget also includes some subject to approval allocation of funds which are being requested to be carried forward. Those total £811,000. Summary of the forecast outturn position for the capital programme is shown in the table under paragraph 4.1. The total slippage is £49.7 million, or 27% of the budget. If we take out the element associated with the Green Homes capital, that drops to 17%, which reflects a significant amount of optimism bias in our reporting, and this is an issue that we are very conscious of, and we'll be addressing we've started to look at that, and we'll be addressing and focusing on that as part of a regular challenge process with project managers and the PM office and finance. And whilst most of the unspent capital is due to timing delays, there are a small number of projects which have resulted in savings of approximately £2 million, which can be reallocated to support future priorities. As reported in the board in January, there have been issues leading to delays in the Green Homes programme. That includes delays in contracting, availability of a national supply chain, and capacity to deliver. There has been discussions with BEIS to extend the current programme until June, but there's also a requirement as part of those negotiations to return some of the unspent funds back to BEIS so that it can be redeployed nationally. And the board is asked to approve the agreement to the revised MOU and to the repayment of £22 million of grant funds. Final part of the report is to bring a number of projects relating to transport and business and skills for approval to be included as subject to approval lines in the medium-term financial plan. These are listed in the table under paragraph 6.3. This is substantially the same as the list that was discussed at the Leaders' Strategy meeting on the 9th of March. Differences being the removal of the Green Skills Centre because funding is being provided from other sources, and an increase in the allocation of funds for active travel to support projects across the region. The impact of the inclusion of these projects on balances of reserves across the MTFP is shown in the table under paragraph 6.6. The package of these proposals is affordable. It does leave some budget headroom for future strategy developments over the lifetime of the medium-term financial plan. It shows alignment with combined authority strategies, the 6 capitals, and are likely to represent good value for money and to support good growth across the region as a whole. Happy to take questions on any of those matters. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I will open the report to discussion. First hand up, Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. I've got 3 questions, please, through you, Mayor. Could I have further explanation on 4.4? I'm sorry, I just didn't understand what it meant when it said there's been project profiling have not been updated. I just would like an explanation of what that actually means, please. It's probably insignificant. On 4.8, I wasn't aware of this, that the A4 National Highways had rejected £1 million that was on offer to put in ducting along the A428 for upgrading of broadband. I'm really concerned to hear that, and I just wonder what action we have taken with regard to that, because what really annoys my residents is when we dig up the countryside for one thing and then we dig it up again for another thing, and this seems to be in complete conflict to what we're hearing from government, that this sort of infrastructure will all be put in one go. And certainly the conversations I've had with East West Rail, whether that's happening or not we don't know, but it's about using this as an opportunity to put in cycleway, broadband and so on. So it was interesting to find that out. And then on 5.1, in relation to the repayment of the money from the Green Homes grant, I'm concerned that local authority capacity is being held partly responsible, and I'd like some detail, please, about where those failings in local authority capacity to deliver the programme has come from, please.
Do you want to come back on that, John, please?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Smith. So in 4.4, talked about the project profiling. I think what happened was that when the paper came to the board, there was a request to access funding, but it wasn't properly profiled across financial years. So it's an attempt to get that corrected.
Okay.
The 2 others, I think they're a bit more specific in terms of the questions, and I'll have to refer to colleagues within the Combined Authority to provide you with answers to that. That's okay.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. So in relation to the A428, I mean, I have deep concerns about the consultation on the 428, and South Cambs has made, quite serious representation back about how poor it's been. But I think this is disgraceful, quite honestly, and I would hope that the combined authority would make representation at ministerial level that this just isn't good enough, that we are returning money for something that would benefit our residents because an organisation is refusing to go to the trouble to install the broadband. This shows a complete lack of joined up thinking.
I'd be happy to do a letter with you, Councillor Smith. I agree. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much. It was, good to see this report and the detail in it. If I may, through the chair, ask, I was really quite surprised to see all the underspends. Underspends are problematic for a number of reasons. They can indicate different kinds of problems, and I see the reference to optimism bias, which you've also mentioned and brought out, but capital programme slippage of 17 to 20+%, depending on how you look at it, or underspends of 5.4 million, 10% of the budget is actually really quite significant. So I wonder, could you just explain a little bit more about what your thinking is about this optimism bias? I know you're looking into it, but what are your first thoughts?
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Murphy. I think this is it's a perennial problem that's experienced across most local authorities. I think the rates actually are fairly standard and consistent with some of the other constituent councils. There has been a difficult year, as you can imagine, in terms of delays that have been out of the control of both members of the combined authority, but also of our delivery partners. Some of the reasons, the more detailed reasons for those material variances are captured in Appendix 4. Some of those are linked to COVID. Some things, for example, the AEB devolution programme. Again, there's been impacts of COVID on the performance there. So, yes, we are aware of the issues that we need to address in terms of the control that we have, which is why we need to be much better. First of all, in terms of profiling the budgets, I think we have in the past made as good an attempt as we can to profile the expected drawdown of expenditure across the lifetime of the capital programme projects, and we just need to be in a position to be able to update those properly and promptly at board meetings. And to be represented at board papers, and where there is slippage, that needs to be form part of the analysis, part of our highlight reporting. So yes, we are aware of it, but there are some of the valid reasons for the slippage.
You want to stay there, John? I think Councillor Murphy wants to come back.
Yes, if I may, thank you. Just to follow up on that, I wasn't aware that this scale of slippage was actually common amongst local authorities. I appreciate they happen from time to time in certain budgets, but across the piece, I think this is, from my perspective, quite an unusual level. But I suppose the key point is that once you get better at understanding the reasons for the, if you like, the optimism bias and get better at planning. The issue will be for our capital programmes that they will cost more in an era of inflation and scarce resource. So actually it's not just being able to rephase what's existing, it's having to replan the projects, and there may be risks to projects because of that. So I wonder, have you taken that into account in your thinking?
It's a very good point in terms of obviously inflation is much more of a significant factor now and going forward. A lot of the contracts that we have will have built in inflation into them, so that will be on a cost basis or a contractual basis. So it will we will look to minimise our exposure to inflation as a risk. But yes, it's a good point. Thank you.
John, there's a few questions to come. So first, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. Although this is really a question for you rather than for John. There isn't that much within this report which hasn't already been flagged up and discussed in previous meetings, and there's no need for us to rehash many of the comments that we've made in previous meetings. That's just a waste of time. But the one thing which I do wish to bring up is the comment made by Councillor Smith, paragraph 4.8. And this is not a matter just to do with the A428. This is a fundamental matter to do with the purpose of this organisation. We are meant to be a strategic organisation which is meant to be looking for the future, particularly on transportation, which I think is the biggest challenge that we have. And we need to be looking towards the future and making sure that we are, as quickly as possible, moving towards smart roads, the ability to have driverless vehicles, a whole host of things that will transform the connectivity which should exist within our area. And to have this type of lack of cooperation from National Highways on this ducting is a very, very bad sign indeed. This is not a South Cambs issue. This is an issue for this whole authority, and it fundamentally will stop us from moving as quickly as we need to towards where we need to get to. So my request, Mayor, is that you put it in that context, that this is not just us complaining about the A428. We will not be able to fulfil what we should be fulfilling if National Highways has this sort of attitude.
A very good intervention. I completely agree. Whenever we do write the letter as collective leadership, we will make that representation for the whole of Cambridge and Peterborough. I agree.
Thank you.
Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. I think probably the public will be very surprised to see the return of £22 million by the Combined Authority for the Green Homes retrofit programme. It's obviously hugely regrettable that we're not able to spend that money in our patch, and I seriously hope that we're never in this position ever again, and I don't think we will be, because I'm hoping we're gearing up to be better prepared next time. But can the Mayor please just give us a bit of a further explanation about this, and some assurance that we're doing what's necessary to get geared up for the future?
I'll ask my financial officer to respond to that first.
Thank you. I think this was a paper that was brought to the last board meeting, so it might be worth referring back to that. But if that doesn't answer the question, then we can certainly go away and
yeah, I wasn't present. I don't think. Was it the January board meeting?
Yes.
I wasn't present.
Is it helpful for me to come in at all on that? I will try. I haven't got full recall of the paper, but this is a national issue. To go back to return of funds, John referenced some of them which are to do with capacity in the system, and if you remember that our energy hub services the whole of the southeast, so not just Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. Wouldn't it be lovely to have this much money to put into Cambridgeshire and Peterborough and the wonders we could do, but we have to cover the whole of the southeast with this. So when we talk about local authority capacity, we're talking about a very large swathe of local authorities, and local authorities are, like us, are struggling to find capacity in the system of contractors who have both skills and time to do the sorts of work that we want to contract for. So it's a national issue. It's right across the southeast, the monies that are being accounted for here. And I know from discussions with Bays that our energy hub and the people within it are incredibly well regarded in terms of what they are trying to do and all the efforts they're making to get money out the door and into the right project. So that work will continue. I can't promise, and nor could Bays if they were here accountable for the national project and programme, that there won't be further returns, but the will is there. What we have to do, and I'm sure that Austin and others will recognise, is to build the infrastructure, the skill sets to get on with this work, because it's absolutely critical.
That seems, thank you, Eileen. Austin, you had your hand up. I don't know if you want to come back on that specific point or if there's something else. The floor is yours.
I mean, the question, well, the point has certainly been raised before about the interrelationship between the investment in skills and business investment to support the capacity to deliver some of these well-intended initiatives. And I think we'll come back to that in future discussions as we start to talk more about making sure that the individual strategies, actions and fundings are properly aligned. I'd like to come back to the issue here, though, of the underspend. And was this quite appropriate to address the question of optimism bias from the point of view of the programme managers? I wonder whether we're not tackling the problem from the wrong end, actually. Wouldn't it be a very healthy thing to do some root cause analysis on the slippage of the capital projects? And I would offer up an example of that being the new training facility in Chatteris and the frustrations that have been had trying to bring that to a position where we can open the doors as we planned and on the basis of which this board supported the investment to do so for all the right reasons. The frustrations have been incredible, and the challenges that have been people have had to try and overcome to remove obstacles to keep that programme on plan. And that is a capital investment to provide an investment for the future of our young people. And we would be horrified to sit down and understand all of the challenges that have been placed in the way of the team trying to deliver that project, frankly. And if that is a measure of what goes on with capital projects that we invest in, it is no surprise to me at all the extent of the slippage on capital projects. Can we please take an action to do some root cause analysis and get to the bottom of what some of the issues are?
Thank you, Austin. Is that on that specific case you want us to take that away? And
not necessarily. I mean, I know that one intimately, but pick 2 or 3 big capital projects at random and let's have someone go and do some proper root cause analysis on what's driving the slippage. I think there will be some very common themes, frankly.
Reflective learning certainly seems like a good idea to me. It's a challenge I would look towards my CEO and the team, but I would be more than happy to take that away and ask that of my team. Before I come to you, Councillor Singer.
Thank you. I was going to respond on Anna's point, but I'll pick Austin's one up first. I do think it would be really interesting for us to do some work on that. It might be interesting to do a joint piece of work, because actually this is not just an issue for the combined authority, it's also an issue for the county council. And it would be really interesting to have a really good deep look at some of our capital projects and why we're not managing to predict spend on those accurately. And there are always excuses for that, but we're still doing it really badly. So I think it would be well worth potentially looking at that together as something that we should be looking at as a kind of whole Cambridgeshire and Peterborough organisation to see if we can improve it. The point I wanted to, the thing I put my hand up to say actually was on the Green Homes retrofit work, which Eileen's explanation was really helpful. I just wanted to say that actually there's an item further down the agenda, the new money that's coming in for growth works for skills, looking at how, and a major part of that work is looking at how we can increase capacity in that particular area, which is really helpful. And I just thought it would be worth pointing that out at this point while we're discussing that underspend, that we are aware that there's a huge problem with capacity in terms of delivering that type of project, and that skills work is one of the things that we're doing to try and make sure that we can increase that capacity in the future. Thanks.
Well, first of all, thank you, Councillor Singer, and I just want to acknowledge that your honesty and your transparency there in acknowledging that in regard to that specific issue as highlighted by Austin Adams. It is two authorities definitely that are involved, and the idea that you're openly in a public meeting saying let's be part of a solution and collective leadership, that's for me is very much the kind of direction of travel we should be looking at as a board and as an organisation. I can see John wants to come in, so John, do you want to come in and then I'll go to Councillor Bowden.
Sorry, yes, thank you. Just to come back to Austin Adams' point, we are actually in the middle or at the beginning of an internal audit review of the capital programme. So they've just started a piece of work to have a look at the capital programme in detail. They will be looking at one or two specific projects to have a more of a deep dive into those. But it's comments are absolutely welcome, and we'll feed those back into the auditors so they can concentrate on addressing some of those points.
It would seem an example of great minds thinking alike, so it's reassuring to hear that the organisation has already taken that, and I think it's important to note that Austin has highlighted it, and I think all the board is keen for that to meet meaningful completion. To go back to Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. It's on the same subjects that Lucy raised. First of all, on the Chatteris Skills Centre, it's not merely it's not merely the CPCA and one of our constituent authorities, Fenland District Council as the local planning authority is also has been involved in this, and I would give our full cooperation to having a thorough examination of how this has not worked as we would have liked it to work, and for that to be reported back to the board, because I think that we all need to see how our good intentions can end up going very badly awry. And there have been some appalling situations which have occurred with the Chatteris Skills Centre, which have been deeply, deeply frustrating for them. I know that very well. And I think that it really is important that this is brought so we can all learn from it. And this isn't merely a matter of the County Council or Fenland. All of us as local authorities can learn from some of the things which have happened with the Chatteris Skills Centre. And I think that that will be really valuable for us all. The second thing on the green homes subject, I did say we didn't need to go back on things we'd already discussed, but we did have the rather worrying discussion that the only area in the country which could be compared to us in terms of the way in which the green homes money was set up was the West Midlands. And the West Midlands managed far more successfully than we did to utilise the funds which were made available to them. I can't help but feel that there is some learning still to be had from that. I'm not sure what it is, but I wouldn't like it to be swept under the carpet just because we're now moving on. So I think that that is something which we really ought to consider rather more carefully than just say there is local authority lack of capacity. Somehow the West Midlands managed to get over that with a very similar setup to ours, and I'd really like to know why they did better than we did.
I think we all would, and obviously Eileen has already made a comment about the national situation, and I believe our organisation will take a lot of learning from it and come back to you on it. I can see no more hands. Oh, sorry. Deputy Chair.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Never. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you. So, John, I'm pleased to see that after feedback, some of the figures that were initially presented to come forward today have been indeed updated, and that's very heartening. However, I have been listening, and we seem to be all on the same tack, as it were, that the underspend basically is we're delivering nothing, which has been, you'll go back to the bits of the conversation I was listening to with Emma and Mian and others. So I'm not going to go for the jugular, but this process has been poorly managed, and it continues to be so. What I was going to say, Austin said what I was going to say in terms of I'd like to see in a simple report the underspends not only in the budgets we're talking about today, but in other areas as well, because we are woefully underspent. Let me also be perfectly clear, because I wasn't here, in item 6, it talks about emerging strategic priorities at 6.1. Whose emerging strategic priorities? Are they here? Are they in Fenland? Whose are they? Where are they? Have they been agreed? I don't know. And then 6.2, I don't agree that we've changed tack on how we prioritise projects that have cross-regional impact, because in some cases they won't. And that's just it. So I'm disappointed to see that everything that officers, and I can't talk for other authorities, I can only talk for here, that put a lot of work into the projects that were setting the pace, as it were, and then we've changed direction. And I'm not happy about it. And also, you might find that's why you're not spending any money, because you keep changing your mind. Well, somebody does, which leads to even more delay, and then we spend nothing and deliver nothing. And I won't go into the detail of all the other funds that are available to the Combined Authority that maybe aren't in these papers or we're not talking about today, which is why I'm saying I'd like a paper, not a long, complicated thing, to say what money is where, why hasn't it been spent, and when does it have to be spent by. So that's all I've got to say, I think. I'll support it because there has been some listening, which is great, but I've got a lot of frustrated people here that want answers, but I also want to see action quickly. Otherwise months go by and we still spent no money, which is the point of the Combined Authorities, to improve Cambridgeshire as a whole. But where there are, I'll use the phrase, oven-ready things to go, why aren't we doing them? So we're sitting on our hands and going, oh, let's ponder some strategies. Well, I thought we'd already had them set for quite some time. So please somebody tell me what's changed. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So just moving on to page 58 and the sort of detailed narrative around some of the underspends. So on the item 8 there, which refers to the affordable housing scheme at Wisbeach Road, where there's obviously been quite a change with the amount of grant due for starting on site increasing from 25% to 75%. I'd just be interested to know, have a bit of an explanation on that one, please. And then on item 9, which refers to the MOD Ely scheme, we now learn that some of the units have been sold without refurbishment. Is that in accordance with the loan agreement, please, for us? Because I thought we were giving the money, even though they're repaying some of it. Is this completely in accord with what we agreed with them?
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Some quite specifics there. I don't know. John, will you be able to answer any of them?
It probably would be better if I could go back to the housing team to get fuller answers on those. Yes, they will have been in accordance with the loan agreement. I think there were some updates, and I know that the housing provider have been taking steps in order to improve the rate of sale of properties at the MOD site, and one of those has been to offer houses as seen, which has meant that they have been the amount that they would get from the sale of those would be reduced, but also the cost of development would be less as well. But certainly we'll get more, we'll get fuller answers for you.
Sorry, I'm just keen. Councillor Herbert. Councillor Herbert. I need to be clear. Are you in the meeting or not?
Would you like some help, Lewis? Okay. Chris, if you ask Chris in the room. I'll get Chris to ask Chris. He's in this room.
Just to come back to the meeting, Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide some hopefully helpful information for Councillor Smith on the MOD site, because obviously it's my authority. It was discussed at some length, I think, at the Housing Committee. There are enough sales in fact, it's startlingly similar. Basically, we've got sales caught up in what is a very, very protracted conveyancing legal process that's going on across the entire country at the moment. It's not a lack of sales. There are enough sales and agreed sales in the pipeline that if they were, completing on a more normal timescale, we would be exactly on track. But we were asked by the Combined Authority to do what we could to mitigate and get as close to back on track as we could, noting that problem with conveyancing. And so that's what we've been doing, and I believe it is absolutely in accordance with the loan agreement.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. I can't see any more hands up. Thank you for the input from you all. We're going to move to the vote. I'm moving these recommendations from the Chair. A reminder to those watching the meeting that co-opted members do not have voting rights on any matters, although they are very welcome to contribute to our debates. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Nasinger, thank you. So recommendation A is for noting only, so no vote required. Recommendations B and D require a vote in favour by at least 2/3 of members appointed by the constituent councils, to include those members appointed by Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council. Recommendation C requires a majority of those present and voting. I will take recommendations B to D in turn, and the monitoring officer will confirm the outcome of the vote. So, for recommendation B, which is to approve the forecast slippage of unspent project budgets on the capital programme of 49.7 million and on the revenue budget of 2,278,000. Those in favour, please. Thank you. Recommendation C is to approve the execution of the revised MOU and associated repayment of 22 million for the Green Homes Retrofit Programme Phase 2, LAD 2, with Bays. Those in favour?
Yep, so that's unanimous on those voting limits. Thank you.
D is approve the additions to the Capital Programme and Revenue MTFP as set out in Section 6. Those in favour? Unanimous.
Yep, that's
Thank
unanimous.
you.
My apologies, Chairman. May I just ensure that for the minutes it is noted that you did agree that we would have a root cause analysis of the Chatteris Skills Centre delays, and that would be brought back to a future meeting of this board.
Just checking, was that taken down as a minute? And I'm getting a nod of assent, so it has been.
Yeah, I just think it needs to be broader on the capital programme.
I think we got that reassurance from John. And just to clarify, sorry, I'm going to message you, but John, we are already doing an audit on the whole capital programme, but we are taking specifics as suggested.
Yeah, so yes, we are conducting an internal audit on the capital programme in general, but also we will be bringing back a full outturn position statement to the next board meeting anyway, so we can take on board some of Councillor Fitzgerald's comments.
Did you hear that? There's a request about all external funding streams.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Thank you, John.
Okay.
We're moving on to 2.2, which is the 2022. Sorry, can I get a glass of water, please, or something? So then, 2022 to 2023 financial strategies. John Alsop staying with us to introduce this report. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Mayor. So this report provides the three draft financial strategies for the 2022-23 financial year that come to the board annually after having been reviewed and recommended for approval by the Audit and Governance Committee. The three strategies are, first of all, the capital strategy, which provides a high-level overview of the principles by which capital expenditure and financing is managed. The Treasury Management Strategy, being the management of the authority's cash flows and investment of spare cash. The Investment Strategy, which includes details of service investments, in which the authority supports local public services through investment, through lending to or buying shares to further the combined authority strategic objectives. And the final document is the minimum revenue provision statement, which shows how capital expenditure will be financed over time, if not immediately funded through available balances. There are two versions of the strategies in the appendices, a set of clean documents and also a set which shows track changes highlighting differences from previous year. A summary of those changes are shown under paragraph 4. There are minimal changes to the MRP statement, the capital strategy and the Treasury Management Strategy. But there are changes to the investment strategy, which include an update on the housing loan position, an increased detail on equity service investments that the Combined Authority holds, mainly as a result of funding provided by the Business Board into high growth potential companies to support the creation of jobs in the area. Happy to take any questions on those.
Opening up the report for discussion. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a strong believer when setting budgets, whether that be a one-year budget or a medium-term financial strategy, that one should use one's best available skills to make the best judgment about the most likely outcome. One doesn't deliberately set out to be over-optimistic. That is a recipe for disaster. We've all seen that happen in various places. And one doesn't set out to be deliberately pessimistic either. The purpose of having a budget and the purpose of setting a medium-term financial strategy is to try to make an estimate as best as you can, looking forward to the future, of what you think the likely outturn is going to be, and the likely outcome is going to be over that period. And that's why, when I look at the comments which are made about future financial returns on equity investments, why I'm really quite astonished that the Combined Authority will assume no future financial returns on any equity investments within its medium-term financial plan. And as it says in the report's very clear about it. This is financially the worst case scenario with equity investments. By not assuming any future returns, the Combined Authority is exposed to only upside risk. Well, yep, that's entirely and completely true, but that's not the purpose of budgeting. We should be budgeting for, including in the medium-term financial strategy, what we believe to be the likely returns that we're going to have. And I'm really quite concerned that such a blatant comment can be made saying we are going to assume we're going to get no returns at all over the next 5-year periods on any equity investments, regardless of whether we believe we are likely to or not. That just isn't right. The justification which is given, that this will mean any change will only be on the upside, is just not satisfactory, Mayor, and I hope you would accept that. We really do need to try to budget for what we think is going to happen, not assume the worst and then say, oh, well, it can only get better. That's not the right way of doing things.
I will let the financial officer thing, but I guess the problem is sometimes you don't know this world pandemic is coming along or a world war, so that might make it difficult to make those predictions, but I always go to the financial people to answer these sorts of questions.
So there's a distinction to be made in terms of the investments that we have as part of the medium-term financial plan. So, and part of that would be the treasury management investments that we have, which are the spare cash that all local authorities have, and they put them out, and the potential principles that we follow are security, liquidity and yield. The ones that are set out here, the service investments, are effectively as an alternative to grant funds. So we don't hold those as investments to get a return for the combined authority. They are investments which are made, the majority of them are done through the business board. They can either provide funds to support high growth potential companies, And some of those will be in loans, but some of them, they need access to equity or to capital, which isn't available in other areas. And it's those investments that we're talking about here. So we could give money out and say, here's funding to support growths and jobs, but that's not the point of those investments. The point of those investments is for the service reasons, not for investment reasons where we're looking to get a return. I hope that shows the distinction.
I think it's very clear. Can I just go? We can always come back, but I would like to go to Austin, because obviously the business board's been mentioned there. He's representative, and as you say, many of these investments that you're highlighting are ones that have been made as a decision by the business board. So I'd like to open that to Austin Adams and then come back.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's an important point that's been raised, and I can understand why, from the position of the combined authorities finance management perspective, one would assume that there's no growth to come from the equity investments. I think that's probably a sensible thing to do in terms of compliance with finance rules and regulations. But the reality is that if we hadn't made those investments on the basis of a return, then we wouldn't have made them. So the way the business community would typically deal with that would be to provide a range estimate of what we reasonably think, best case, worst case, on the investments and rack them up over time. And I think we ought to consider that, especially so if we do subsequently approve the £10 million grant equity investment fund, because the whole purpose of that is to invest £10 million worth of equity in things that in 4 to 5 years' time would return 40 to 50 million. And then we're talking about some very significant numbers that we need to bake into our future planning. At the moment, they're relatively small beans and will continue to be so probably for the next year or two. But if that gets some traction, then as a board, we ought to be very cognizant of what we can expect to return from those investments and plan years ahead where we want to spend that money.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Bowden, do you want to come back on that point?
Yes, please. Austin is entirely correct in what he says. And these investments, actually, according both to the CIFA code and what is now legally required, are meant actually to be revalued each year as well. And at the end of each year, we are meant to look at the valuation of each investment individually. Difficult though it can be with non-quoted companies, I have to say. But we are meant to do that, and we are meant to record that in our financial statements. But I think that the point that was made by Austin is entirely correct. There are cases where we have and will most definitely be expecting to have a return within a 5-year period. And it is just unrealistic. We're being not just over-prudent, we're assuming zero return in our medium-term financial strategy as far as those investments are concerned. And that just isn't truthful in terms of what we are expecting. So I think that the comments made by Austin are entirely correct because, as Austin said, at the moment the numbers are relatively small. I actually hope that the numbers will get a lot bigger as far as this is concerned, because there's an awful lot of opportunity and potential here, and we're fulfilling our obligation and our purpose in providing seed capital where necessary to companies which otherwise couldn't. It's remarkably difficult with some types of company and some types of industry to get the capital they need in order to thrive and to expand. A great thing for the business board and for the combined authority to do, but we must account for it properly. It must be transparent, and it certainly must be legal.
I would absolutely agree, if you'd allow me to comment about the transparency. And I guess I am minded, remember those adverts we see on the television about investments. Of course, investments, they can go up and they can also go down. Now, hopefully that won't be the case for anything we put our investments into. Absolutely not. But we should be clear about it. And I think, if there's an increase in transparency about the potential benefits, but also the potential risks, then I think that's something we should move towards. Sorry, Councillor Smith, you had your hand, and then Councillor Herb.
Thank you very much. So building on a theme, but referring specifically to Appendix 1B, Which is to do with our investments. So, we have a number of schemes here being managed by the Business Board, the Illumina Accelerator Programme, the Start Code On, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, funding, and the Capital Growth Scheme investments. So what concerns me, possibly more than financial return, is on what these investments are doing in terms of meeting our growth ambitions. So how many jobs, how many startups, how many apprenticeships, how many businesses with increased profit. And it's quite difficult to say yes to these in the absence of that information. Now, I'm sure the Business Board have this information, but this just shows where there's a disconnect between us funding the Business Board and in the absence of that information. My apologies if I've missed it somewhere along the line, but I'm not cited on that, and I really think we all need to know what our investments are delivering in terms of GVA, which is something we've been talking about ever since I've been here, but I'm particularly interested in jobs. I'm particularly interested in people who are being reskilled into the skills that we need now, rather than yesterday's skills, such as fitting gas boilers, which we aren't going to need. So I really want some hard figures to show not what the financial return is, but what we are getting in those terms, and it needs to come to the board, in my view.
Okay, well, obviously there's an element of governance about that. Just for clarity and for anybody watching, there's 3 members of this board who sit on the Business Board: myself, Councillor Fitzgerald, and obviously Austin. I think it's a point to be made. I think Austin might want to come back on that. Do you want to make a comment? And let's be clear, we're now, I think we planned for, is it next week? We're sitting down with the Business Board now that's collective leadership, that's bringing things together. So I obviously applaud. That's something that as an organisation we've acknowledged and want to work closer together. But yes, reporting back. Do you want to come back on that, Austin?
Yes, I mean, we can certainly revisit that when we get together in a few days and add a little bit more clarity. But I might just point to the recent publication of the annual report from the Business Board, which was very specific on all the points mentioned. At every one of these meetings, typically we have Stephen Clark, who pitches up to give a report on the investments, and there is linkage provided through the reporting pack to the Business Board meetings and the minutes and all the detailed information. It is all available to us.
Councillor Smith, do you want to... and then we'll move on.
So, as you know, we are all really busy people, and sometimes you just have to spoon feed things to us, because it took me a considerable time to get through 476 pages of this, and I didn't read all the appendices, which were probably another 1,000 pages. So all I want is a table of KPIs showing how many new jobs, how many apprenticeships, how many startups, just very, very simple things. So, I'm afraid it's not reasonable just to say the information's there, because none of us have the capacity to read it all, I'm afraid.
Okay, so I think the challenge from yourself is to come back to the officers within the Combined Authority working with the Business Board. As has been pointed out by Austin Adams, the information is out there, but if at the meeting next week we all have to sit in a high chair and be spoon-fed the information as you request, I don't see you as a baby, Councillor Smith, but I think there is method in that, and we should move towards that. Councillor Bowden.
I do apologise for coming in again, but I don't feel that response to Councillor Smith was quite adequate. Councillor Smith's making a perfectly valid point. I think that we do need this information in aggregate form. I'm not asking for it item by item by item. I think there would be some problems potentially to do with disclosure of financial information for third parties in doing so. But having such basic information in aggregate form for the board to see is a perfectly reasonable thing to ask. All the information is available, it just needs to be put together and presented to us in a simple paper, probably on one side of a sheet of paper. It's not difficult what Councillor Smith's asking for, and it's not unreasonable.
And like I said, I will be challenging my officers to provide that information. So thank you again for the reiteration of what you would like to see. Obviously, they are there to report to the board as a whole, and if we're not satisfied with the information as how it's presented, I think that message needs to go back, and okay, we'll move forward. Councillor Herbert.
Thanks, Mayor. Mine's a slightly different part of this report. in the early years of the combined authority, we had a long discussion about treasury management because this authority is funded in a totally different way to others. I speak out of envy in a way, because my district never gets any funding for capital, hardly, from government.
On a point of correction, you must have had some at some time.
We get some via the combined authority, but government generally doesn't fund district councils.
Okay.
So what we have here, if you look at this, the quantum, and I'd like to just get some input from Mr. Alsop, is that we do have a very large sum of held capital for future use. Pardon me if I've picked up the wrong figure, but about £150 million. And we did spend quite a lot of time, and John Alsop contributed to it, in thinking through a treasury management strategy whereby loans which were secured, which had benefits to the area, should be considered. And clearly they do have to give a better and safe financial return compared to 0.12%. And I may be wrong, and again John Alsop can correct me, but I thought in March 2020 one of the housing loans, the one that's still going out to on Histon Road, Larag Homes, was made out of as a treasury management decision, not a housing revolving loan decision. So I do think, Mayor, that we should have a look at that whole zone again. I'm with Councillor Bowden. We should be aiming to get a better return. And we know that some of this money isn't actually going to be committed for 2 or 3 years. So we are in a position to put some of it onto term, as well as look at loans. And we don't want to take risks, and we do need to have a look at this. When we had a previous portfolio holder for finance, Steve, we had someone also who sort of had a look at that, and I think it's probably worth, and it's a matter for you and the chief executive, but I do think there's a case to look at there being a finance portfolio holder. As I said, district councils and the county council, we spend a lot of time on our treasury management, partly because we have so little to play with. But I do think, given the quantum of money, that we do need to just review this. And it's in addition to the business board, but it is a very large sum of public money. And I think our fiduciary duty says that we need to get a better return.
Okay, that's a challenge, obviously, to myself and the CEO. I'm not going to give an answer on that. I'm sure we do need to go and discuss this.
Don't know if John Alsop can just come back.
John, do you want to
correct me on the Histon Road line?
There are a few comments there, but in terms of the housing loans, none of those have been made out of treasury balances.
Well, it's just my understanding when we decided.
Through the chair.
We did talk.
Councillor Herbert, through the chair.
Sorry, you're absolutely right. We did have a discussion with leaders. So there obviously there is the housing £40 million revolving fund, but we did have a discussion which was included within the Treasury policies to enable us to use some of our Treasury balances to provide loans. But actually, we never used that facility, so they're all made out of the revolving funds.
Okay. Thank you, John. I'm very conscious that we're spending a lot of time on this issue, and we've got a long agenda. But I'm sure people, Councillor Bailey and then Councillor Murphy, and then I'm going to go to the vote. Oh, sorry, and Councillor Fuller. I go to Councillor Fuller after Councillor Bailey. Sorry, Ronnie.
Yeah, thank you. I'm surprised and delighted to hear everything that Councillor Herbert's just said, because it was exactly the point that I wanted to make, and I'm very surprised to hear him saying it, actually. But it's perhaps but it's maybe it's coming into stark reality, isn't it? Because it's a reflection of the fact that we haven't got an affordable housing programme going forward, and we haven't got a housing remit going forward. So this is one way that we could look to keep supporting good quality house building in our area. For me, it's a matter of huge regret that the 100 million affordable housing programme fund is no longer available for revolving loans, because it would have seen the £40 million being returned to fund an affordable housing programme in perpetuity with a decent rate of interest coming back into the authority. So it had win-win all over it, but we've been over that ground many times here. But we have talked in the past about doing this another way, for example, investing our spare cash, and I do think we should look at that seriously again. And I would make a particular pitch around that for community-led development proposals, where we could offer soft financing to community groups to bring forward their community-led proposals for housing schemes. And before people jump to say no because it's like the revolving fund, I think we shouldn't have an emotional reaction like that. And I think we should think about it properly, and particularly and specifically in relation to community-led development.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor. As you know, I do hate to disagree with Councillor Herbert because he says things in such a reasonable way that it all sounds entirely believable. But I'm afraid I've just got to comment on that point around Cambridge doesn't get any national funding. I mean, I just sat here and thought about it for a moment, and the capital funding, indeed, the £400 million for the GCP for a start was the first thing that came to mind. I was reminded of the £50 million, £50 million for Cambridge North Station that was largely nationally funded, and then of course the HIF bid for moving the water treatment plant to develop a new district in the north part of the city, 193 million. And I've even just come across a press release on our own website, the Combined Authority website, where Councillor Herbert is quoted saying it's great news to have government support for Cambridge. And further along, he says this work gives us the best possible chance of securing the 193 million in national funding. So, I mean, it's just not fair to say that Cambridge doesn't get any national funding. Cambridge, frankly, has had the sort of funding that some of our districts could only ever dream of. We will never see investment of that scale. But Cambridge has been hard done.
Not wishing to intervene in any discussion. I'm just a little. I'm conscious we're in the pre-election period. I'm not saying that we're crossing any lines, but I just we remain sensitive to that.
I'm not electioneering. I've no skin in the game in Cambridge City. I'm actually moving on to my main point, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Fuller.
I just couldn't allow that.
Please, can we just? It was going so well. So, Councillor Fuller, please, can we keep on track? Otherwise, we'll be here
a lot longer. On, but it was just a comment that needed responding to, Mayor. I'm not going up 700 million nearly.
Right, move on, please, Councillor Fuller.
There is another very valid point that has been made, though, by Councillor Herbert around having a finance portfolio holder. And I was sitting mulling it over before he actually mentioned that, because I was thinking, well, in my own council, I sit and I have a whole suite of information that we look at together as a collective leadership team with senior officers once a week, where we are considering how things are performing, and we're looking at what needs doing. And I would imagine that's quite standard in all of our councils. That's what we do. That's how we run things. And Matt, I'm sorry to have to point out, but of course you are the finance portfolio holder. You assigned yourself that portfolio when you became mayor, and so before Councillor Herbert made that point, my question to you was going to be, how are you managing this process? What information are you sitting down on a weekly basis, at least, looking at to ensure that investments are performing, to ensure that KPIs are being met? So I think that's very relevant. It's all well and good saying I'm going to challenge my officers. It's not actually an officer function. It needs leadership.
Well, I would go back and I would always work with the financial people. As I think you all realise, it's been a learning process for me since I came into the post, and I continue to learn on a regular basis. I can give back a report to you when I've got more information in front of me, Councillor Fuller, but I can't do that right now. Unless, do you want to come back and explain how we speak on a regular basis?
Well, I would say that, but I'd also like to point out that all of these reports are reported back to the Audit and Governance Committee, which is delegated by the Combined Authority Board to review and to take an oversight of treasury balances. So we have to provide them with 3 reports over the course of the year, which show how the Combined Authority has been faring against the prudential indicators which have been set out in the strategies. So that's how we've been dealing with monitoring of performance through the Audit and Governance Committee.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I completely support the suggestion that we have a succinct summary of the performance of these investments, showing capital growth, which obviously we all need to be aware is on paper, revenue yield, should there be any, because that is a material form of income, and impact, which I think is the point that Councillor Smith and others have spoken to. So I think those would be really helpful in future. I've got 3 quick questions. Page 80, the pension fund deficit, perhaps this is through you, Chair, to John. 3.64 million. Is there an assumption that there will be further pension fund deficits in future, and how are they accounted for? Page 83, the investment strategy. In general, unless I missed it, what consideration has been given to adopting ESG policies in the directly managed investments or in pooled investments? This is a very becoming quite a mainstream thing to do these days, and there are very high-performing ESG funds, and it's an important aspect of impact as well. So I just wonder what consideration, perhaps that is one for Austin, through the chair, what consideration has been given to ESG. And then page 86, in terms of the directly held equity, the active management of shares, is the strategy a total return strategy? I notice there's a focus on liquidity, but also that slightly mitigates against thinking long-term about these investments. Do you have a comment about the liquidity, importance of liquidity? So those are my 3 questions. Thank you.
All right. John, 3 questions. Do you think you can give those answers? If not, obviously we'll come back with written responses, but over to you.
So going back to the pension fund deficit, so this is something which is an annual review done by our actuaries. I think in the past there have been significant deficits in terms of the pension fund. So obviously they take a view as to current and future assets against liabilities, and every few years there is an actuarial update which impacts on the employer contribution rate. So if the actuaries felt that the deficit was not being sufficiently controlled or needed to be addressed in terms of additional investment, then they would advise that we increase our contribution rates in order to bring that back into balance. In terms of the ESG policy, in terms of the investment strategy, in terms of the investments that we hold, our cash investments, we don't have any investments like that. The majority of our portfolio of treasury balances is with other local authorities. There may be some investments in monetary funds, and we can have a look to see which of those are have an ESG focus, but as I say, the majority of our balances are with other local authorities. And in terms of the directly held management of shares, again, we don't have any commercial equity investments. So again, that would be part of our our strategy going forward if we were to. And as mentioned before, we would follow the prudential code, so security first, then liquidity, and yield as the final consideration.
I think we've... Really? No?
Well, I just need to make a point of correction, because I was talking about, and I think Councillor Fuller may know, that I was talking about Treasury Management Funds held by the City Council. And I take Councillor Fuller's point that Cambridge has done quite well. But I was actually talking in a way to assist the Combined Authority rethink its Treasury management. Thank you.
Okay, I think points have been made, all noted in the minutes, and I want to now move to the vote. I'm moving it, so I need a seconder. Councillor Nasinger, thank you. For the recommendation, votes in favour, please raise your hands. Unanimous? Okay, carried unanimously. Okay, I'm going to suggest we go to part 3 in the first one about the Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement, and then we'll take a comfort break. This is to be introduced by Mike Soper, Analysis and Evaluation Manager, who joins us remotely to introduce the report.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
We can hear you loud and clear, Michael.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Board. I only want to make a couple of short points because the statement is as written. The first point really is about the nature of the ambition statement itself. It's a document that's mentioned in the Constitution as being one of the key documents that the Board is empowered to approve, and also mentioned in the insurance framework as being the document that really defines the mission of the Combined Authority. So although it's rather a short statement, it is it has a level of importance. The other point really is the 6 capitals approach that's within the Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement has since been, we've been discussing this statement and the wording for some time, but since we've been discussing this, that 6 capitals approach has featured quite heavily within the government's levelling up paper. So we are at least in step, if not ahead, in policy terms. Thank you.
I'm opening the report to the Board for questions and comments. Oh, Councillor Bailey.
Just one very brief one. One, to thank Austin in particular for all the work he's done behind the scenes to get us to here, and obviously other colleagues. But one thing I do just want to say is that I do feel we're losing sight in a lot of our documents of quite a few things that were in the original devolution deal. They are definitely getting shoved backwards rather than forwards, and some of those are in East Cambs, but they're across the geography. But there's the zone doubling of the track, which I want to talk about again later. There's the A14, A142 junction improvements, A10 community-led development, just to name a few. And I just want to make sure that we're not losing sight of things that we agreed with government we would deliver in our devolution deal, because it feels like they're not getting the attention that they deserve and need in some cases.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. I'm going to open that to Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So in response to that, things have changed an awful lot since the original devolution deal. We've had a pandemic for a start, and I think we really do need to be reviewing a lot of those original commitments in light of the new world that we find ourselves living in. We are now as an authority taking a very lead role on climate change, and I think in particular we need to be looking again at the historic commitment to investment in roads and car parks and things like that. I'm concerned that going back to the very first item, we're still referring to the A10 as A10 dualling, where actually we've never committed to dualling it. We have said that there's a business case, and the business case will determine what, if anything, we do on the A10. So I think as a responsible organisation, it's absolutely right and proper that we don't just stick with stuff that was agreed years ago. It's continuously kept under review to make sure that it meets the priorities that we are facing in the new and emerging world, particularly in relation to climate change.
Thank you. Austin Adams.
Thank you. Just to confirm, it was raised at a previous meeting, concerns by the business board that various elements of this hadn't been considered. Just for clarity, that has now been fully addressed, and we're grateful to officers for doing that. Thank you. Well, one small minor point, and it's related to the key focus about doubling GVA, and it's a small issue, but relative, I think. The diagram in this document is almost a brand image of what we're about in my mind, and I expect to see this used repeatedly in the future. And right at the centre of there is the notion of doubling GVA. Can we please be consistent with the use of this diagram, because in other documents it's missing again, and it was one of the key sentiments that the folks at the business board are really hot on, that we didn't send a message that we'd lost sight of that, please. Thank you.
Noted. Of course. Any more comments? Well, I would also like to record my comments for the huge amount of help and support from the officers within the organisation pulling this together, to particularly acknowledge the work of Michael Soper and Paul Rains. I also like to say my thanks to the business board, but also to all of you on the board in terms of being able to sort of kind of come to a situation where we can discuss this in a meeting and hopefully move forward. So we'll now move to the vote. I'm moving it. Do I have a seconder? I'm going to take Councillor Fitzgerald on that one. So votes in favour, please raise your hands. Are we happy? Unanimous. Thank you to all of you for your time. Do we want to take a comfort break yet, or shall we move on till 12 o'clock? Comfort break now, so we're just going to halt the meeting now for 5 minutes. Oh, sorry. Well, it's the Chief Monitoring Officer, right? Okay, fine. Okay. Okay, people are coming into the room. I'm assuming we are now in the meeting and we're about to move on to item 3.2. Now, this is the University of Peterborough Phase 2 novation of a design contract between CPCA and Mace Limited Propco 2. Hopefully, we'll have Rachel Holliday, or is it going to be Roger? Is it? Rachel Holliday, who is the Assistant Programme Manager for the University of Peterborough, is now joining us remotely to briefly introduce the report. Rachel, over to you.
Thank you, Meg. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can hear you, Rachel. Please proceed.
Perfect. Good morning, members of the board. The board are asked to approve a retrospective correction of a governance issue relating to the University of Peterborough Manufacturing and Materials Research and Development Centre, which now trades as the Peterborough R&D Property Company Limited. The R&D building is actually under construction at the moment on the university site and is due for completion later this year. At the time of the Combined Authorities Board approval of the Getting building funding for the project in November 2020, the original recommendation to novate the design contract that existed between the Combined Authority and Mace Limited for the property company was unfortunately overlooked. We're therefore seeking approval from the board today for this to be rectified so that the necessary government arrangements can be put in place and the legal agreements between the parties can be finalised. So that's all I have to say in relation to the paper. If anyone has any questions, then please feel free to ask.
I did say it would hopefully be a brief introduction. I will open it to the floor if it's going to be a brief discussion. Anybody want to make any? Okay, shakes of heads, so we will move straight to the vote. I'm moving the recommendation from the chair. Do I have a seconder? I have it from Austin Adams. I'll take that. Those in favour, please raise your hands. Thank you, Rachel. We passed that. We can now move on. Moving on, item 3.3 relates to Combined Authority Office Accommodation. Now, this report contains two appendices which are exempt from publication under Part 1 of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972, as amended, in that it would not be in the public interest for this information to be disclosed, information relating to the financial or business affairs of any particular person, including the authority holding that information. Does any members of the board particularly want to discuss the exempt appendices? In that case, we will move this item to, no. If no, Nick Sweeney, in that case, as the Residential Developmental Manager, will be joining us remotely to introduce this report. Thank you. Nick, can you hear us? I can see you. Can you come through?
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everybody. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. This report seeks to obtain authority to provide operational office accommodation. The Combined Authority vacated its former office at Alconbury Weald in summer 2020. Since then, employees have worked remotely, with a minority of staff utilising a small office at Market Street, Ely. Last year, an officer working group was established to review the Combined Authority's accommodation requirements, and an accommodation strategy was approved at a leaders' strategy meeting in December. This resulted in an initial search of the public sector property portfolio that identified 6 potential opportunities, and these were assessed in detail by the officer working group. This process shortlisted part of San Martin House, Peterborough, and part of Pathfinder House, Huntingdon, as most suitable options for corporate office accommodation. Terms have since been explored and negotiated with officers from Peterborough City Council and Huntingdonshire District Council, and board are now asked to identify part of Pathfinder House in Huntingdon as the preferred option. Both Pathfinder House and San Martin House are modern open plan facilities that provide many positive benefits. But on balance, Pathfinder House was considered to be the most competitive option for the following reasons. Based on proportionate floor area, the overall costs were less. The central location of Pathfinder House within the Combined Authorities region is considered to be more convenient for most regular users of the accommodation. And Pathfinder House offers the ability to sublet, which could provide future cost benefits. Both options are affordable within existing revenue budgets and demonstrate significant savings when compared to the costs of the former office at Alconbury. There is sufficient capital budget available to meet the costs of the move and to provide a comfortable and practical layout. Another valuable benefit is the ability to share use of public meeting rooms, which saves us having to provide expensive duplicate facilities that aren't in constant use. This will include use of the Civic Suites at Pathfinder House. So, to summarise, Board are asked to identify Pathfinder House Huntingdon as the preferred option, to authorise the acquisition of a leasehold property interest, to authorise a tenancy at will to facilitate operational occupation until the formal lease can be finalised, and to delegate authority to the Chief Executive to approve a preferred internal design and to incur associated expenditure. And this concludes my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Nick. Opening the report for discussion. Okay. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. Can I just check with the monitoring officer? Can I talk about the subject matter of Appendix 3 without talking about any detail in it? Can I just reference those premises, please?
Excuse me, so you're asking whether you
can I? So I want to.
talk about the...
I just want to talk about the address, but not any of the detail. Am I allowed to do that? Yes, that's okay. That's okay. So, all right. Thank you very much. No, I don't talk about the finances. Okay. So I'm supportive of the proposal to use Pathfinder House Huntingdon because that's the option that was most supported by members of staff. I think that's the most important factor here, rather than my personal ease of travel. However, as you know, Mayor, I'm struggling to see why we're maintaining a separate office in Ely, other than the fact that Ely is a perfectly lovely place to go to, and who wouldn't want to spend some time there. I think it's unnecessary expenditure. I don't think it's good as the authority to have the two separate offices, actually. I don't know what the lease terms are in terms of whether it's 1 year or 2 or 3 or 4, whatever. But I would suggest that it needs to be reviewed, if not now, certainly in a year's time, as to whether you maintain 2 offices, because I don't think it's good practice, and I think it's a waste of money, actually.
Should I just follow up? So just to be clear, the board isn't being asked to approve the use of the Ely premises. That's a mayoral item within the mayor's budget, but obviously is noted for surrounding factual background.
Yeah, I'd like to make the point. Thank you.
I would note the point, and as you were requested, I will be reviewing it on a regular basis. I'm grateful for the accommodation that I have had over the last year, provided, obviously, which does provide in terms of resource to East Camden District Council. I think the people of Ely have been particularly welcoming to myself in terms of a new mayor. I think there's some sort of kind of responsibility there to keep on a central location, but I accept changes may come, and it will be under review on a regular basis. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, thank you. Don't get me wrong, I totally support the need for an office for staff, and I absolutely support the paper and the recommendations for Huntingdonshire. However, I do just want to, it does feel like we're cart before the horse a little bit again, because I've been trying for the last over 4 months now, I think, to just get a simple staff organogram of the organisation. I have chased it more times than I care to remember, and I asked for it to be annotated with information about leavers since May last year, interims and staff vacancies. I don't think it's a difficult document to ask for, and here I am 4 months later, and I still haven't had quite a basic document, and we're being asked to decide on office accommodation. I absolutely, I know that the proposal before us will accommodate, any future changes that are made, because obviously we're going through a restructure and a transformation programme as well. So, I caveat it with I absolutely support the need for an office, and I think it's really important that people have got a focus and a place to go and a place to collaborate and a place to be with each other. But what I haven't got is a proper overall picture of the staffing of this authority, and it feels like we're leaching staff left, right and centre, and some very key staff, some very important experienced staff have left and are leaving, and we seem to have a lot of interims and vacancies, and I just don't feel, as a member of the Employment Committee and as a member of this board, that I have proper oversight of that, and I've been asking for it for 4 months now. And it's a matter of extreme frustration to me that I still haven't got what is pretty basic information. I'd also just like to say that I would seriously appreciate early discussions on Market Street. The Mayor's Office premises, I've said it before, East Cambs District Council is a tiny, tiny local authority in this country, let alone in our geography. It's very small. We had long been on a promise that the Combined Authority wanted to actually take a third premises from us, and we left it open for the Combined Authority, and that has dented our revenue stream, income that we could have had by letting it to another organisation that wants to use it in central Ely. So we've had an empty office that's not been benefiting local people because we thought that CPCA wanted to take it. So I would implore you, please, to give us as much notice as you possibly can if you are on what you are proposing to do with the Mayor's Office. That would be greatly appreciated.
Both points noted. On the first one, could I ask my CEO to comment?
Sorry, my understanding was a pack had gone out to all of you, so I will need to check on that, because it was a couple of weeks ago. I thought I will check.
We've had a pack, a PowerPoint type presentation pack, but it doesn't contain the information that I've asked for 4 months ago at all.
All right, well, I will check on that, but my understanding was a pack was sent, but I will double check it.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
I entirely agree with Bridget, actually, and I'll go further, that whatever the contractual arrangements are in Ely, and sorry, Robert, the budget issue or who's paying for what, I don't really care about. The fact is, it's a waste of money, and you need to have a team in one place showing leadership. I have difficulties here with the town hall and here, and the chief exec and others have to share time between the two. So I think leadership comes from the top in terms of having the team together, and I know that's the executive. And I'm sorry, I know if it loses a bit of money, that's not my intention. The intention is, the fact of the matter is that the Combined Authority, I'll be back in the paper, it's fine. It should be in one location only. The only reason it's in Ely is the previous mayor. That's all, nothing more. If there's a corporate centre, then the Mayor's Office should be at the corporate centre. And it's a waste of taxpayers' money to have two offices. It's bonkers. And that's how the public would see it, by the way. But you don't need to on it.
No, I'm sure the Mayor can speak for himself, but the Mayor took an active decision to re-rent the premises in Ely, so it's not the only reason to do it.
Sorry, I'm talking about the original reason. Sorry. Historically, it's ended up there because of the previous mayor. If the mayor's re-rented, I'm just saying that's a crazy decision, because it should be one office. That's a point of view. And
as a point of clarity, I obviously didn't rent it myself. I haven't got such big pockets.
No, you know what I'm saying. It's your decision, though.
Sorry,
it's your decision. Well, it's referenced at 2.5 in the paper. If it's not on the agenda.
Sorry, can I just take the meeting back into
it's
sort
referenced
of
at
civil
2.5.
discourse?
So
can we have
in the paper?
Vice Chair. It was brought to the attention, and you did the right thing, Councillor Smith. I think at the start I said this is ongoing review. Very much the decision that we have taken an extension of a short time, because actually we didn't have any agreement where we were going to go full stop. It could have been a danger we didn't actually have anywhere. So I think, being reflective, always looking at value for money. That will be an important part of the organisation going forward, and I thank.
Solidarity.
Well, I'm not against solidarity. Okay, sorry, I'm not the one interrupting, and I'm just trying to bring it back into order. Okay, thank you. Can we go to? I think we're at the point where we can go to a vote. So I'm moving the recommendations from the chair. Do I have a seconder? I'm just okay. Councillor Singer. Can we go for a vote? Those in favour? Okay, that looks unanimous. So, thank you. We can move on. Item 3.4 is the Climate Change Action Plan. Adrian Cannard, the Strategic Planning Manager, joins us remotely to introduce this report. Steve Cox, Executive Director of Place and Economy at the County Council, may also be joining us in his capacity as Chair of the Officer Working Group, although I think Steve's not available, is he? So it's only, it's Adrian Cannard, just to kind of reiterate. So he's the Strategic Planning Manager joining us remotely to introduce the report. Adrian, hopefully you're there.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Board. Just to introduce the report very briefly, it responds to the request from the Board to bring back a climate action plan to this Board meeting. It's been developed by the multi-sector climate working group supported by an officer group. It sets out the approach that group's taken in terms of identifying actions to implement over the next 3-year period. It includes the climate-related budget allocations that the Board made at its January meeting. It highlights a number of areas where further work will need to be done because of emerging government policy will be influencing what sort of response is needed at the locality. It particularly covers or particularly identifies both mitigation of climate emissions and also adaptation to climate-related impacts, and that's identified in the plan. And it also sets out that we will establish appropriate monitoring arrangements to feedback on progress on the actions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Adrian. Councillor Smith, I would come to you first for comments as the lead member for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mayor. That's appreciated. So, first of all, my considerable thanks to Adrian, to Paul Rains and to Steve Cox for what I think is actually a really good document here. It's well presented, it's really clear, it uses language that everybody can understand. So that's very pleasing. So Adrian and I presented this to the Scrutiny and Overview Committee on Monday here, where it got very, very robustly scrutinised for quite a long period of time, but in a very positive way, and I think we need to spend some time interrogating what was said at the Scrutiny and Overview Committee to make sure that their comments, their concerns, and all the positive things they say are encompassed in our work moving forward. So some of the positives was the Scrutiny and Overview Committee were really pleased to hear that we are now working in close partnerships with all our partnership councils, and there's now regular meetings of an officer group taking the expertise from each of our organisations and working together to deliver on this action plan. So that's a massive step, actually. It really acknowledges what we're all doing. I think we can build on that work further. I think we need to do a piece of work really looking very closely what all of us are doing as partner councils, because we are all doing lots, but we're doing different things depending what our regions are. And I think we need to do a study to look at how that work can be agglomerated to spread out the benefits further than each of our own geographic boundaries, and then further build on that to identify what additionality the combined authority and or additional funding from government and additional powers from government can make in us actually achieving the government's targets. So I think we're now in a good position to do that, which we weren't before. I think this document is the start of the beginning, and there is much to do. I think I'm very supportive of the pilots that we are investing in. I think it's right that we call them pilots. But what always frustrates me about pilots is you do them, it's marvellous, and then they kind of get parked. So I think we need to do some work on how we are going to use these pilots, either to roll them out further or to extrapolate the learning from the pilots elsewhere. I think it was a very smart decision to make sure, when we were discussing the investments, that we ensured that there was a wider geographic benefit to all our investments as possible. So I think that's a good move, and I think we need to continue with that. One of the subject areas which was discussed at length at Scrutiny and Overview was about the retrofit of the housing stock, and the fact that we know that the money's coming to us is actually barely going to touch the tip of the iceberg. And actually this is a major priority in this area, where house prices and rents are so high, and the cost of living crisis is going to bite very deep indeed, because people don't actually have a whole load of disposable income. So, I think we need to be thinking fairly urgently about how we can do more to make all of the homes energy efficient, and to start replacing very expensive heating fuels with more affordable heating fuels. So that was very much a priority, and I don't think anybody will disagree with that. And I think Scrutiny and Overview would like this to come back to them in a while's time, to see how we are monitoring our progress against this action plan. And again, a bit like the earlier discussion about the investment strategy, we need to be absolutely certain about how we are measuring our success. How our carbon emissions are going down, how many people are being encouraged onto public transport, how many kilometres of cycleways we're delivering, and so how many electric buses, and so on and so forth. So I think we need some very, very clear measurables, because I think that will help us lever further funding from government and elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you for your summary, Councillor Smith. I'm sure people more conversation. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor, my apologies, Mayor. I do have some comments I wish to make about the report, but there's one comment just made by Councillor Smith that I've got to respond to, because it was a quite outrageous comment made by Councillor Smith, which just exemplifies what is so wrong with some of the comments made by people at this authority. And that comment was that in this area, house prices are so high. Well, that's absolutely fine for the southern part of the area. The whole of the northern part of the area, we've got a significant problem because of pricing of property, the difficulty of managing to afford to build anything. The mindset that a number of you have mentioned over the course of the last few months on occasion, of saying how high house prices are in the area, we have to recognise there are two very different economies in this area, and that we have to serve both economies, not just the one in the south of the area. So I do want to emphasise that point, and I know Councillor Smith is recognising that she should have made that distinction. I read this report with interest, and there are some omissions within it, some of which are quite justifiable, but there's another which is so fundamental and which is missing that I won't be able to support this particular agenda item. The Independent Commission on Climate made 58 recommendations, and there was a bill in that for some £7 billion over 10 years, if I remember correctly. And what we all know is that that money is not going to be made available. We know that's not going to happen, and anyone who thinks that it is living in cloud cuckoo land. So what is clear about all of this is that the limiting factor that there is going to be in the actions which are taken under this particular agenda item, the limiting factor is going to be money. And anyone who thinks otherwise, I'm sorry to say, is not living in the real world. If that is the limiting factor, then surely, Councillor Smith was entirely correct to say metrics are all important, then the really important thing is how are we ensuring that the objective, the overall objective that we've got within our climate action plan, how are we ensuring that we're getting the best value for our most limited factor, which is our money? And there is no reference in this report at all to measuring the cost per 1,000 tonnes of CO2e saving. There's no reference whatsoever to how you measure cost against mitigation and how you measure mitigation and put a cost against it. So we are failing completely to recognise that we have to understand how we choose between different projects which are available based on the most effective utilisation of the scarce resource of money. And that is a fundamental problem. I've raised it before, both in meetings of this board and also in the private meetings that we have, and it still isn't recognised. And I'm sorry to say that until it is, I won't be able to support what is being stated here, because it fails fundamentally to differentiate between the choices which there are that we've got available. And when we look at the focus of this report, it's quite specific. It's to identify and support strategic priorities and collaborative actions. And then we're told what principles there are to determine the actions in this plan. And again, it just doesn't talk about that value for money. It doesn't talk about quantifying money against measurable outcomes, not in terms of how many buses there are or how many miles of cycleway there are, because those are discrete measurements. I'm talking about a more general measurement where you can compare one project against another, and in terms of climate change, in terms of CO2 at least, or for that matter other gases, because you can always convert those into CO2e, what the CO2e savings are for the money that we're spending, but also on a very different scale, what the value for money is of the mitigation efforts that we are proposing to fund. So I think that there's a real failure as far as that is concerned, and it means we've got a lot of words, but we don't have any action on the most important part of this, which is the utilisation of the scarce resources available. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually, Chris's point about the 58 climate change recommendations is absolutely spot on. This action plan includes projects that have not yet had their business case approved, as does the business plan later on. So I'm going to be saying similar things about that. You know, it's very hard to feel excited and really motivated about trying to agree business plans and action plans where individual projects have not yet been worked up and have not yet been properly costed and proven their business case. It's where we are because we didn't get our act together to put together a proper budget in the right time, and we're sort of working 8-9 months behind where we should be. So we are where we are to some extent on that. But I believe that we had actually had the discussion at Leaders' Strategy meeting where we said we would look at all of these projects, look at the ones that could work across the whole geography and prioritise those and maybe drop some of the others. I mean, Councillor Smith is now calling them pilot projects, which is a very neat way of getting your own projects supported and delivered and paid for, to perhaps say, OK, now you can have it. Just wider than that, though. Don't get me wrong. Again, I'm supportive of this action plan to an extent. But Chris's overarching point, I thought we'd had this discussion at Leaders' meeting, and I'm really disappointed that it's not reflected here today. It's only as a result of the fact that I brought a motion to the board meeting in last October that we even have this action plan here today. Otherwise, it is. Councillor Nessinger looks very confused. I included a new recommendation to have an action plan to be brought back in 6 months. It was hijacked by the Mayor at the time and other people around the table. And I do recall that at the time there was a huge insistence and argument about the fact that this action plan should include all of the actions being taken by the constituent authorities. That was later dropped, and I'm glad to see that it's not in here, because that would be ludicrous. I think this authority needs to remember what it's here for in relation to this agenda. This authority, particularly early on, needs to concentrate on putting the building blocks in place to deliver the climate change recommendations, as Councillor Bowden was saying, right across the geography. And I think it should be focusing less on the individual projects in constituent authority areas. And I thought we'd had and agreed that discussion at the Leaders' Strategy meeting. So can I assume that more work is being done on that, and perhaps someone can confirm where we're up to with that piece of work that was agreed? Just a couple of wider points. I'm absolutely astonished to hear Councillor Smith talking about ensuring the plan is evenly spread across the geography. The climate change project documents that were signed off in January, with the exception of one in Huntingdonshire, were exclusively located in Cambridge City and South Cambs. My active travel ask that I put forward in that process wasn't counted as a climate change project. It was shoved forward into transport schemes. So it's not included, it's not reflected in here, and it's not in the transport schemes either, because we've now decided to do something different on the transport schemes. So my active travel scheme, which would have contributed towards this agenda, is not in here. And not one scheme is in here that came out of those project initiation document rounds from January. Not one scheme is in Fenland, not one scheme is in East Cambs, and not one scheme is in Peterborough. So it is farcical to say that this reflects fairness across the geography. It absolutely doesn't. And Mayor, I look to you personally because I thought that you wanted to support levelling up, and I thought that your focus was Peterborough and Fenland actually, and I hope that Fenland it goes into parts of East Cambs because we have the similar issues that Fenland has in the northern part of East Cambs. And you know, I'd like to hear what you've got to say about levelling up on climate change and the fact that, you know, our deprived areas have got a lot more work to do on this subject because the challenges are that much greater around transport and all the rest of it. My motion that I did put in October and was taken over by others did include the requirement to bring back and refresh the action plan every year to track progress and instigate new actions, and that doesn't seem to be included in the papers today, but I assume, I hope, I'm looking to officers, that that will form part of the forward plan. And I do want to say thank you very much to the working group and officers for the work on this. It is a huge improvement on where we were last October with no plan at all. And thank you for adding in the dates, which only came very recently as a result of a leaders' strategy meeting, so that we are actually able to hold ourselves accountable on this stuff. I did, in my motion that I brought in October, I did ask for some activity in this action plan to really fire up the imaginations of the public and to get people, you know, at grassroots level really involved and engaged and excited about this agenda. And I don't see that really coming out of this action plan, so maybe we can give that some more thought. And finally, I'm actually not aware if the Climate Change Commissioners themselves have been asked to comment formally on this action plan, and I would be very keen to hear their view about how they feel it meets the 58 recommendations that they put forward and whether we are prioritising our spend correctly on financing all of these individual projects rather than the building blocks to meet the additionality responsibilities that we have on this authority. So perhaps the Mayor can clarify whether at any point we're going to ask the Climate Change Commissioners to provide a response on this action plan. And on that subject, we did have a discussion about the future of the Climate Change Commission and what its future is, and I hadn't heard anything back on that and whether it, you know, it is being retained or what its role is going forward.
Obviously, the paper was brought to us by the officer, Adrian Cannard, and I think a lot of your questions can be answered by him. Adrian, do you want to come forward with all those questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A number of points to pick up there, so I'll deal with them as I've got them here. So, in terms of the building blocks versus individual projects, so the action plan contains a mix of both, and we've distinguished those. Obviously, in terms of the budget allocations, we've reflected what was agreed by the board in January in there, in terms of that process. In terms of the public engagement, we have identified one of the key actions is an engagement strategy, and we have all the comms leads meeting, and we will be bringing forward that element in terms of helping residents and businesses identify what they can do themselves. The original commission provided a chapter on that, which we've got as a reference in terms of activity, and we're very keen that that is dovetailed with all the promotional work done by individual councils on this as well, in terms of a coordinated message to residents and businesses. In terms of the commission, the chair of the commission has been involved in the climate working group. We have had discussions about the next stage of the Commission in terms of their desire to continue to meet and to have a deep dive into different sectors to assist the work, and we will be bringing proposals back to you on that specific matter in terms of how we're going to take that forward. You've mentioned the annual reporting. Yes, we definitely will do annual reporting, and we'll put that on the forward plan in terms of progress. Later on the agenda, there's also the metrics that the organisation wants to adopt at a strategic level, which includes one of the climate metrics as part of that element.
I think it's sort of... Sorry, I'll let other people speak. Do you want, Austin, do you want to come in?
Yes, if I may. I'm broadly supportive of this, I think, on the basis that, it's not perfect, but it is good progress. And we don't live in a perfect world, and we're dealing with a lot of complicated interacting issues that map across multiple strategies and actions that are baked into numerous levels within the whole organisation. The one specific point I'd make is to be more thoughtful about making sure we're not making commitments where we haven't got the supply chain, we haven't got the technologies suitably developed to meet the obligations that we are signing up to. And I note on page 184, in March 25, we're planning to undertake a deep dive into different sectors, i.e. supply chain maturity for retrofits. Well, we've already debated that issue today, and haven't we learned from the fact that it was a complete failure, largely because we hadn't understood and put in place what was required to deliver on the intent that the funding was provided to deliver. We need to accelerate our thinking about a proper understanding of a gap analysis of the technologies and the supply chain to deliver the plan. And it's commendable that we're going on our front foot and committing to a plan, because you have to take a leap of faith at some point. But let's not lose sight of the fact we still have an awful lot of work to do to backfill creating the supply chain and the solutions to be able to deliver it. And wait until 2025 to have a wake-up call because we've done an analysis to realise we got that wrong is not going to help our cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Councillor Fuller. Oh, sorry. All right, sorry, my apologies. Councillor Nasinger had it, and I'll come to yourself.
Sorry, I put my hand up a while ago because I wanted to respond to something that Chris Bowden said, so it's quite helpful to be able to come in. And there's been a lot that's been said. I'm very supportive of this document. I think it's very well presented. There's loads of good stuff in here. The thing I wanted to pick up on that Chris was talking about was the measurement and the way in which we measure what the best projects are, which I think is a really good point. I think it's very important that we don't just think about the cost against CO2, though. I think that actually when we're looking at the impact of climate change, it would be interesting to look at that across every decision we make, and also in the context of the social impact of our decisions as well as the environmental impact of our decisions. And certainly at the County Council we've started looking at how you do that through triple bottom line accounting, through looking at all of our decisions through that lens. And I think that that's probably the best way in which this organisation could also start thinking about the way in which every decision it makes impacts on not only has an impact not only financially but also socially and on climate change and environmentally. And it's when you look at the pattern of all of those things that you can start looking at how any individual decision. Some projects obviously have benefits for all. Other projects are good for some things and very bad for others. And it's looking at all of our decisions in the combination that will enable us to make really good decisions about what the best projects are likely to be. So I'd just like to urge the authority to start looking at that as a long-term way of making our decisions. But on this item, I'm very supportive.
absolutely embrace what you say, Councillor Singh, and just for the record, obviously within this report you'll note that 6 and 6.1 is about environmental and climate change implications, and that's something that's going into all our reports now. Obviously it's very positive and bringing forward this report on this occasion, but I agree with all decisions and all the officer reports we should be looking at that, as well as the public health implications, which was also noted as part of this. Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor, and it's quite good that Councillor Nethsinger went before me, because I agree with every word she's just said, and it's some of what I was going to cover myself. And I will be supporting this, but I think when we look at things like this, it's very important that we're able to separate out the process. And I know we spend an awful lot of time talking about process around this table, but we do need to look at the process and the way we're doing things, and then the substance. And unfortunately, and I appreciate this is a passionate subject, but unfortunately in previous debates and discussions we've had as a board on this, those two have been blurred. And so when myself, Councillor Bowden, Councillor Bailey, for example, have raised very legitimate concerns or even suggestions of how to do things slightly better in terms of that process and how we're putting these things together, we've been labelled as climate deniers, for example. We've been barracked by others. We've been vilified at the behest of other leaders on social media. And I think that's really regretful, because, actually, and I really welcome the change of language and the tempered language from Councillor Smith today, because finally there is a recognition that some of us have actually quietly been getting on with this and doing these things. I mean, I've got I look back, and we were, in my council, we were dealing with these issues 15 years ago, frankly, with our climate policy at that time. So I think it's really regretful, unfortunately, what's happened over the last 10, 11 months in the way some of us have been treated in trying just to get good governance and better process instilled in the leadership of this organisation. Because, as Councillor Nethsinger has just very well made the point, and I'm probably going to misquote her in a sense here, or take in a direction she may not have wanted to go down, and I'm sure she will correct me if I do, and these are not her words, these are mine, but there is a lot of good stuff in here, I think she said, and she's absolutely right. There is a lot of good stuff in here, but what we don't know is whether this is the best and the most appropriate stuff that we could and should be doing. And that's the problem. It's always difficult for us to sit here and say the sorts of things that Councillor Bowden and Councillor Bailey has just said, because this is almost a sacrosanct subject in some minds. So if you dare say, well, actually, is this the right thing to be doing? We're accused of, well, what, you mean you don't want to do things in biodiversity? You don't support CO2 reductions? And of course that's not what we're saying. So there are lots of good projects in here, but why do we know that the things that will make the most impact will have the greatest effect? It feels like we're just throwing a load of things out there with a hefty chunk of public money behind it, let's be honest here, and hoping some of them will stick. And I'm not sure that's necessarily the most strategic or effective way of doing things, Mayor. I would also just touch briefly on Councillor Bailey's point around her amendment that she brought previously. And as you know, that was one of the reasons why I didn't support this at that time. I think we were actually in this room, because we were told that our councils would effectively be held to account, and there would be these regular reports coming back, and we would all be lined up and told to explain ourselves. And now this report very clearly says that's not the case. And yet that was the main point of contention and division around this table. And I said at the time, and I'm not doing the I told you so, but I said at the time it was completely unnecessary. And here we are, it hasn't even been incorporated. So why are we having these unnecessarily divisive debates and amendments that are hijacked, Mayor, when it doesn't make its way into the plan anyway? So it's just a shame, I think, that a lot of time has been spent on things that didn't need to be spent on. A lot of upset has been caused, and there's been a great barrier to cooperative working on this because of previous positions that were adopted that now seem to have completely melted away. So I will stop being negative, because I've had my say, and I will be positive in the sense of, as I say, I really welcome Councillor Smith's change of language around this. I do welcome the suggestion of things being pilots, actually, because I think that's a good way of doing it, just to make the point that Councillor Bailey and I are not always in lockstep on absolutely everything. And I am personally leading the biodiversity project in Huntingdonshire that we've got in this plan. I met with our Assistant Director yesterday, and we were talking through the proposals for that to bring the PID business case back to Combined Authority. And we are absolutely of the view we need to design that in such a way that it can be measured and it can be held up and it can almost be demonstrated to the combined authority of, if you want to do a biodiversity project in this way, this is what the outcomes could be and this is how we can replicate it across the other parts of the combined authority geography. So I think there is a point in talking about these initiatives as pilots, and similarly I'd be very keen to see the learnings from the EV charging pilot, I was going to call it experiment pilot we're talking about, to enable electric bin lorries, for example. Now, if we've got an area that's trialling that, and it's very easily replicated across other areas, that's brilliant, and that's what the combined authority should be doing. But I would still go back to the core point of the way in which these projects have come about has not been done in a structured or strategic way, and we have no way of knowing whether they will have any impact whatsoever, never mind the most impact that we could be achieving in this important area of activity with the funds that we're putting into it. So I will support it, Mayor, but I'm afraid it really is just, I think the last 10 and 11 months of this administration are absolutely typified by a bit of style, not much substance at all, and this is yet another example of that.
Councillor Fitzgerald, you were going to come in.
I agree with everything Ryan just said. I support Anna's point as well. I think we all raised our eyebrows about naughty schoolboys being lined up. And strange enough, I wasn't going to speak, but I did get some briefing on, because I'm going to support the plan. But here in Peterborough, we have great green climate credentials. We are ahead of the game in many places in the country here. But yet, and I will make the point, it is used against us by political parties maybe of the same persuasion as south of the county in this very room at the last meeting. So much so I had to get a list together of everything that we've been doing in terms of tackling climate change, biodiversity, everything. We've all been doing it. So Ryan's right, exactly. It is good to see a change of tack, but I'll just make a couple of comments. So I'm being advised by the people who know about this, in terms of that is their day job, that yes, support the plan, because we believe it complements our existing work, it doesn't replace it. And I want to make that very, very, very clear. However, there's been limited time to work on this plan collectively at officer level, but it's a good basis for collaborative action. It doesn't capture everything, but nor would it. So I would say to the officers, yes, I think everybody's keen to progress it, but it's got a long way to go, and it's kind of early shoots. But I won't say any more, Mayor. I wasn't going to say anything at all, so, but thank you.
No, Councillor Fitzgerald, I think everybody's had a chance to speak, but I want to go back as the lead member for Environment and Climate Change to wrap up any observations.
Thank you very much. So in an attempt to build on the positivity that we've achieved, I made it quite clear at the beginning that this is the start of the beginning. This isn't the final item. This is a beginning, and it's right and proper that we've started. But climate change doesn't recognise geographic boundaries. So we have to get ourselves in the mindset. So this region currently emits 5 megatons of carbon dioxide a year. That's 6 tons per person, and that's 25% higher than the UK average, as you know. And that excludes the impact of changes to peatland, which I think we're now having to factor in. And that could add an additional 2 tons per person per year. The difference the UK average is accounted for by surface transport, and where there are higher emissions across cars, vans and HGVs with high levels of ownership and a lack of public transport alternatives. That's obviously, a major focus of this authority to address the lack of sustainable public transport alternatives. The region faces significant risks from global warming, and this isn't my council or your council. This is the region, and that's wider than even the Cambridge and Peterborough combined authority area, particularly in relation to flooding and summer highs and water shortages. if global temperatures rise by 3 degrees above pre-industrial levels by the end of the century, rainfall is likely to be 50% lower, and regular summer temperatures over 40 degrees, and sea level rises could be 1 metre or more. So that could, Fenland could be under the sea, basically. I mean, most certainly hope it isn't, but, that's the sort of threat we're under, and that's why we've got to start thinking regionally about this. So, when I joined the Oxcam ARC Leaders Board, which was quite fractious and fractured at the time, the thing that brought all those leaders together was the work of the Climate and Environment Working Group. And I'm really hopeful that, this piece of work can do a similar thing for this board, because we, as I've said at the beginning, we are all doing lots. We are all doing our best. But I don't think anyone will deny that we all need to do more, and our collective effort will allow us to do more, far more cost effectively and far more effectively in terms of the outcome. So I think this is a good start. It needs to be constantly reviewed. The Scrutiny and Overview Committee were very concerned about the skills gap, Mr. Adams, and acknowledged that it was all very well getting a load of money for retrofitting houses, but if there was no one to do the work, and obviously lots of collaborative work with the business board there. So this is a beginning. I hope we can all get behind it and work it through into a state that will benefit us all and be seen very positively in the eyes of all of our residents.
I'm going to move to the vote, but I was asked to make a comment.
Could you look to the end?
Oh, sorry. My apologies. Darryl, do you want to come in? Sorry,
thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, this is rather a tactical comment I'm going to make following that rather high-level worrying account that we just heard. Infrastructure. There's talk about investment in transport systems, cycling. Can I make a plea to those looking at it? There's no point in doing the infrastructure if we don't have security for cycles on account of the fact that most people won't want to use these if they know their bike is going to get stolen at the end of it, which is currently the problem. So that needs to be at the heart of it. And a wider thing on infrastructure, road safety. We've seen recently some plans being put forward that isn't really taking account of road safety. We have a Vision Zero partnership here in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. They need to be consulted, I think, in all of these plans. Road deaths, 30 a year at the moment, another 300 seriously injured. That's far more than homicides and other crime types. So for me, that's a top priority, Mayor.
Thank you, Darryl. An important intervention. What I was just going to say before we go to the vote was I was asked about my observation. I would probably echo nearly everything. I would echo everything that Councillor Bridget Smith has said, but I want to just acknowledge that when we are talking about the changes we have to do individually or as councils or as organisations or as businesses, it has to be a just transition. And the point about inequality, it is fair comment to say that probably those who can afford it least are the ones who are maybe going to be most challenged by the need to make the changes in their own lives, and it is inherent on us showing collective leadership to make sure that we address the inequality of, be it called levelling up, but levelling up environmental change for all, and I am very much committed to all that. I can't think of anybody on this committee who's mentioned inequality across the region, or indeed inequality in terms of access to public transport, inequality to the right sort of housing, than myself. So I'm going to move on to a vote. I move in the recommendation from the Chair. Sorry, Councillor Bailey, did you make a comment? Yeah, probably it would be kinder if you didn't mention comments like that and use language like that, please. Councillor Austin Adams.
Sorry, Nick. I sense some frustration with the extent of the political grandstanding that's going on in this meeting. Can we tolerate that, please?
Okay, point noted. I will come back for a reminder.
Just let's remain focused on the business and just obviously being careful about straying beyond into places that may be electioneering, but doesn't stop robust debate. But I'm sure we'll go focus on the agenda items ahead.
Okay, moving the recommendation from the Chair is to agree the Climate Action Plan. I need a seconder. I will take that from Councillor Smith. Votes for, please raise your hands. Votes against? Those abstaining? Okay, noted. One abstention. I'm happy to keep moving on to item 3.4, which is the Market Towns Programme, approval of recommended projects. Are we still good to go? Right, fine. Item 3.5, right, so it's a request to approve projects from funding call 8. Alan Downton is going to be presenting this report, and I believe Domenico Cirillo, Business Programmes Manager, is also available remotely to introduce the report.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, members. I would like Domenico Cirillo to present the report, please, remotely, if I could.
Thank you. Domenico, we have you almost on the screen. Could you come to the meeting now, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, and thank you. Thank you, Alan. Good afternoon, Board. This paper comes to you as a continuation of the Market Towns Programme. There's two elements to this paper which the Board is asked to consider. The first being a funding bid proposal which has been received from East Cambridgeshire District Council for the town of Soham. That's in drawdown of their final allocation for the town. And then there's a second element to this paper which is seeking Board's consideration for a change request received from both Huntingdonshire District Council and East Cambridgeshire District Council to extend funding timelines to secure budget allocations to projects. So the Combined Authority Board is reminded that to date, we've had 7 funding calls. This is the 8th funding call that's been administered. This has resulted in 46 projects and awarded just under £11.3 million in grant funding. So the bid received from East Cambs for Soham is a very exciting project. It's to support the construction of a cycle pathway between Soham, the new rail station in Soham, and with Wicken Fen, which is the local nature reserve. It's going to be a vital bit of alternative transport infrastructure, and will hopefully help locally to promote active travel for the local community and to connect up the different parts of the town. They are seeking 330,000 towards the project, and depending on approval, on the board's approval today for that funding, this will then be matched by East Cambridgeshire to deliver the project over the next financial year. The board is also asked to note that this was going to be the final funding call for the programme. It was agreed that March 22 would be the final cut-off point for our partners to come to the board with their project proposals to secure their £1 million allocations to each of the towns. Now, a majority of those town allocations have been approved, but there is a remainder, as you can see from the table included in the paper. There is a remainder of just over £1.8 million, and this is allocated to Huntingdonshire for the towns of Huntington and St Ives, and for East Cambs for the town of Littleport. Now, there's been some slight delays with each respective district authorities as to why they haven't been able to meet that deadline. Huntingdonshire have been doing some intrusive feasibility work in follow-up to the works that were done on the master plans. Now that feasibility work is at the stage where it's just been finalised and now identifying the pipeline of projects which will be developed over the next coming months to link with other priority projects in the area, and to also leave over public funds to regenerate investment in the town. East Cambridgeshire, now they've considered a number of different proposals for Littleport. Some of those have been unviable considering the timescales and the funding that was available. So they've been going through a process of reviewing and analysing that pipeline of projects that was coming from that work done with the master planning and the additional feasibility work that they've done locally. And again, they're looking to develop up a project. There's still a bit more work to be done on that, looking at providing additional kind of shared business space in the town. And again, so that's being developed over the next few months. So essentially, going back to the purpose of the paper, so the board is asked to approve the application. A copy of the application form and the appraisal documents has been provided for the board. They are seeking 330,000 for the town of Selwyn. The second recommendation, the Combined Authority Board is asked to consider the request to extend the timeline, funding timeline, which has been received from East Cambs and Huntingdonshire District Councillors. And I asked the board to consider three options to approve that request. The first one being to approve the request and for the districts to continue with their work on the pipeline on the project development that's been undertaken over the next few months, but to reinstate a deadline to say that they would have to come before the board by September of this year to secure their remaining allocations. The second option, and as the board received this earlier under items 2.1, we are working on a phase 2 market towns programme. It's going to be revitalising market towns and villages. So the second option would be to approve the request to extend the funding timeline, to maintain the allocations for Hunts and East Cambridgeshire, but that would be delivered under the new programme and the new criteria that will be coming forward over the next few months. And that would have a greater focus on public consultation and community-based interventions, and that will be worked up and shared with partners and public over the next few months. The third option would be to reject the request and to allocate all the remaining funds from the Market Towns programme, which haven't been allocated, to that revitalising Market Towns and Villages programme, but that would be unsecured, and that would be made available to other areas on a competitive basis as part of the funding pool. And with that, I commend the paper to the board. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Domenico. Well, I'll open the report to debate. Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor. I said it at the last meeting, I think, when we were over at Eddington, and I will say it again now, in that I just don't understand the artificial, arbitrary deadlines, timelines and bureaucracy that's been created around this programme. So again, I would question what the relevance of a September 2022 date is, please, because I think what I would stress to officers and colleagues here is that the reason we're coming back from Huntingdonshire and asking to push these two back is I want to make sure these interventions are the right interventions, and I want to make sure it's money well spent. Now, initially, we took the approach in Huntingdonshire when this programme was launched of, great, this is £1 million for our three towns, each of our three towns, with St Neots obviously having its separate 3.1 million funding. And I wanted to use that £1 million in each of the towns to leverage much bigger investment and enhancement. We haven't been able to do that because of the rather odd way the programme's been managed. So we were encouraged to come up with lots of smaller level COVID interventions, for example. Now we've done that, we've delivered some of those, but what I'm determined to do with the remainder of this funding for Huntingdon and St Ives is to use it to help deliver those bigger aspirations that we have for those two towns. So, we've got consultants working on at the moment multi-million pound investment plans for our market towns. Not just St Neots, we're doing that separately with the Future High Streets Fund. And what I don't want to do is to rush to spend £800,000. Now, I can pick out some projects we could spend that on, but I don't want to rush to do that, and then we come back in 6-9 months' time and say, well, actually, we've got this really great project plan here for what we could do in our towns. And trying to get the Combined Authority to understand that and just accept that this is capital money in the Combined Authority's bank account. What's the problem in rolling it over? Why are we putting arbitrary deadlines on it, applying even greater pressure to a frankly already overstretched team in my council who are trying to deliver a Future High Streets Fund project, who are trying to deliver a whole package of COVID town centre interventions, and are now managing 3 other multi-million pound town centre improvement schemes, and we have to keep coming back with project change requests, you know, all this sort of thing. It's just not very helpful. So I would really just like today, if we could, to get clarity on what's the problem with this capital money just being rolled over if necessary. Now, I think we probably can get something, well, we will get something in this new financial year, but even if we didn't and it rolled over to next financial year, what's the problem? I don't understand it. Nobody's ever given me an answer. And what's the relevance of September, please? I mean, we probably can get something in by September, but what's the relevance?
So, I'll come back to you on that, Domenico. Have a response?
Thank you. So, just in reply to Councillor Fuller, thank you for your comments. I think that there always needs to be some sort of framework, some sort of, you know, time frame for delivery, and we've always set that out in the prospectus and through dialogue with your officers and other partners, other district partners. We're at a point now where we are developing that phase 2 and the continuation of the programme. So it's just, I felt it was right and proper that we reviewed where we were with that phase 1 and the allocations that have been made to date. And I felt that the board should consider whether we continue to allow your officers and East Cams officers to develop their bids in line with as we are at the moment, or whether we do consider what's coming on board in terms of the next phase of the programme. In terms of September, again, we were, as officers of the Combined Authority, we were trying to, again, give some structure, some kind of direction to say, if we could secure the allocations by then. I totally understand, and I know that working closely with your officers, I know that a lot of work is going on behind the scenes, and I am trying to support that as much as possible through the programme. But I think there needs to be a point where we say, right, let's put something in front of the board so we can secure this allocation, and to give us time to spend that money in a kind of a meaningful time frame, but also correlates and relates to the next phase as that comes on board as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Singer, you indicated you wanted to speak.
Thank you. So first of all, I wanted to say how delighted I am to see the SOAM project. I think it's a really exciting project, and I think that's fabulous, so hooray. I think that the difficult decision that we've got here is about which of those 3 options to go for. First of all, I wanted to say that actually we've had quite a lot of discussion about slippage earlier on today, and the need to be checking on slippage and making sure that the Combined Authority money is being well spent and spent in the right places. So I do think it's reasonable that as a board we should keep oversight about what's going on with these projects. I also have sympathy with Ryan in that I think that getting these projects going and making sure that the money is going to the right things is important, and we shouldn't necessarily be having artificial deadlines that would stop things. But I don't think there's anything there's no suggestion here that anything would be stopped as far as I can see. It's just that we need to be checking on the programme, and that's fair enough. So my instinct is that we should go for little 2. And through you, Chair, I slightly have a question for Ryan about whether there would be a problem with the projects that are being developed having greater focus on public consultation and community-based interventions, because to me that sounds like the scheme would be more flexible rather than less flexible, and that would be quite a desirable outcome.
Councillor Fuller, question.
In short, Mayor, through you, no, because that's exactly what we're trying to do. I want to go out to consult on these things. What I don't want to keep doing is being rushed to come up with projects and bring them straight to board before my communities have had an opportunity to have any input into them. So that's what we're asking for here. I mean, I don't know what the criteria is under the proposed Market Town Village programme. So I would actually suggest an amendment that we agree with B1, and change the September 22 deadline to by the end of the 2022-23 financial year, because it makes no odds whatsoever to this organisation as long as the money is allocated by the end of the financial year. And I absolutely agree with Councillor Netzinger, we do have to keep oversight of the programme. I think the point I would make is I could have brought projects for those two towns, and we could have got the funding agreed, but we've had a pandemic in the meantime, and what I want to make sure now is that the interventions we would have made are the right interventions, because actually we need to reflect the fact that our town centres are changing, have changed as a result of the pandemic. So it's a case of, by all means, I will bring you projects next month if needs be, but they might not necessarily be the right projects for the long-term success of our market towns. So my plea to colleagues is, can we please just get this right rather than focus on getting it in?
I'm just going to ask a question of Dominica. Just to be clear on option B2 as initially suggested by this Councillor Singer, there is no timeline on option B2?
No timeline as of yet, no.
Okay, so there is flexibility within that?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Councillor Fuller, do you want to move an amendment?
Yes, I'll propose an amendment then, Mayor. Well, I'm supporting option B1 with the amendment of deleting September and adding in /23 financial year by the end of, around that. Okay. Sorry, Richenda, did you get that?
Just for clarity, does that mean to essentially March 31st, 2023?
That's an easy way of saying it. Yeah, well done. Yeah.
There is a seconder, so we then move to the discussion of that as an amendment. We're discussing the amendment that if that's going to be.
So now debate the amendment.
We are able.
Can I just ask a question about the difference
absolutely.
between what's being suggested in option B1 as amended and option B2? And I imagine that the difference is that that there will be new criteria. But given that what Ryan has just said is that he does actually want to have more public consultation and community-based interventions, I don't quite understand what the problem with the new criteria is. My concern about this is that this is combined authority money, and we do need to be keeping, as a board, oversight of how that money is being spent. So I mean, I really don't want projects to be rushed, but I do think that there needs to be some assessment of whether the projects that are being brought forward are the right ones.
Okay, fine. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to agree with Ryan that there was a great deal of bureaucracy involved in the way in which these were dealt with, and there were a lot of artificial deadlines. We in Finland met, mostly, those artificial deadlines, and I have to admit I do regret that to some extent, because I would have welcomed the opportunity for further consideration of some of these projects to make sure that we got the best possible value for money. But nevertheless, we are where we are. What I think is very dangerous about option 2 is that the monies which have been provided on an equal basis between all of the different towns in the different districts. And for us now to say that some of that money should be allocated and should be utilised on a different basis, I think it has a danger of being quite inequitable, especially when we don't know what that different basis is. I think that Councillor Nethsinger is entirely correct when saying that we have to have board oversight of this public money being spent. My goodness, what are we doing here if not giving oversight of how the public the money is being spent? So I'm very happy with the fact that we are overseeing it. I'm happy that Domenico is in contact with the officers in the various district councils. I'm happy to hear from him that they are working hard and trying to progress this. That is all very good. And I'd be more than happy to agree that we do extend the deadline for these projects on the current criteria up until 31st March 23. Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody else want to make a comment? Oh, so Councillor Bailey and then Austin.
Yeah, thank you. I've been trying for some time. If I can make a broader comment in the same way that other people have, or are we just debating the amendment?
No, this is the amendment. This is the amendment only.
Well, I'll just say what I was going to say, and then you can tell me if I have to stop. We worked, so the Littleport £1 million, we wanted to make the best use of that money for Littleport, and we worked very, very hard to bring forward a really good strategic project, and it took a long time. and there were a lot of issues around that. And for whatever reason, CPCA staff didn't feel that they could support it. So since then, we've been working with officers who have been telling us that September is the deadline. And that's what we've been working towards in all good faith. And, you know, our current project that we're working up requires external input, which we're currently seeking. We were told as well that we could bring, if we could present it before September, we could bring that forward. So we've been working to try and do that, to bring it forward before September if we could. But we'd also been told that there was timetable congestion around that because of having to have an AGM and PERDA, and people telling us that that may not be possible to bring it forward because of timetable congestion. We are working on a new bid, and you know, now I feel like the goalposts are being completely changed yet again because we're talking about brand new criteria and we're halfway through working up our new bid and you're going to change the goalposts on us yet again. I implore you not to do this. I strongly request that we have approval of the Hunts and East Cambs request. Littleport is the most deprived area in East Cambs. It's one of the most deprived areas in the county. We're working hard on a really good project and I ask you not to take this money away from Littleport. And I don't understand why options Little 2 and Little 3 have even come forward. The East Cambs District Council is a very, very small authority. I don't have teams of people on my payroll that I can retain all year round to sit writing bids of this nature, you know, and they were taken up in December with having to write all the project initiation documents. It's the same people.
Sorry, I'm just being indicated. We're talking about the amendment.
Well,
can we just focus on the amendment?
So therefore, I support the amendment.
Yes, you
I
support
support the amendment, and I strongly urge and request that you do not take this £1 million away from Littleport.
Okay, so I don't believe that anybody's suggesting that £1 million would be taken away from any of the...
Well, that is the wider thing on the table if we don't approve option 1.
Has anybody indicated... Sorry, we have to focus on the amendment, please. Austin, do you want to come back about the amendment only?
Well, if I may deal with the amendment first and
yes,
then go on.
And then we have to... Then we go on a vote on the amendment, then we talk... Sorry.
Just for total clarity, so we're here debating the acceptability or otherwise of the specific amendment from to change September 22 to March 31st, 2023. That's approved. It changes option little I. Then we go back to a debate on the array of 3 options.
Yes.
Okay.
Nothing like consistency is there. I will deal with the amendment only insofar as I support Councillor Fuller's proposed amendment. I would like to come back to comment on the broader issue around this whole funding arrangement.
So now we save that for the... We have to go a vote on the amendment. Oh no, Councillor Singer.
This is indeed a comment on the amendment. I think having heard what Anna and Ryan have to say about the criteria, and particularly Anna's point about that her team are working up proposals against a very tight, what had been a very tight deadline against the criteria that they had in the past. I accept that point, and I think it is unreasonable perhaps, or it's not necessarily helpful to getting the money well spent to insert new criteria at this point. So I'm comfortable with the amendment, but I would like to ask that we see these projects, fine, in which case I'm comfortable with the amendment, and I think we can safely. I think we can safely say that nobody here has spoken in favour of option 3 or of taking the money away from those. Option 2 was not to take the money away from Littleport, so I'm comfortable that we've heard good arguments why you shouldn't change the criteria mid-scheme, and therefore I'm happy to support the amendment and move forward. But I do want it to be clear that nobody here was actually suggesting taking money away from Littleport.
Yes, I would echo that. I think both options 1 and 2, the money was to go to either Littleport or to Huntingdon District Council. The amendment was tabled. We can move to the vote on that now. I don't think there's anybody else want to... sorry, yes, of course, that's your role.
So I won't spend too long, because it does sound as though there is consensus perhaps on the table around this now. Just to clarify, so there's no misunderstandings, I wasn't suggesting any reduced level of scrutiny. I'm still suggesting these would come to this board. It's purely a bit more breathing room moving September to the end of March. We will probably get our projects in by September in any event. I just think it gives us, and from it sounds like East Cams, that bit of extra space just to make sure. Because similar to East Cams, as I said, we've got external input coming into our plans as well. And I want them to go out and consult with our communities before coming back and saying, this is actually what St Ives and Huntingdon would like to see. I think the proof is there. We've allocated and delivered £2.2 million of this already in Huntingdonshire. It's just this last 800,000 we really want to make sure we're getting it through. And I would just say, Mayor, it's strange we've spent quite a lot of time and a bit of a contentious debate on. This is a very simple subject. Let's be honest, it's a very simple request. And we've sat earlier looking at £47 million of slippage on capital schemes and £22 million returned to government that we couldn't deliver. And so these things shouldn't really be that contentious, I would like to think.
Good. Okay, so can I just ask a question maybe of yourself, Councillor Fuller and Councillor Bailey? It's a fair amendment and it looks like it's got support, but what happens if the money doesn't get spent? Is there a proposal from yourselves or a promise to the board?
It's not about spending the money, it's about getting the project agreed.
But if the project doesn't get agreed, do we need to kind of be thinking about what happens in the eventuality of it not? Because I think that was, because if it doesn't get spent, wouldn't want you to lose it. Sorry.
With respect, we make decisions every single meeting saying something will be done by a certain time, knowing that if there is a problem with that, at a later meeting we can always come back and discuss it further. I think the hypothetical question about whether the proposals aren't brought forward within 12 months and 2 days, I think is unnecessary.
You think?
Yes.
Okay, no, that's fine. I hear that from you. I was just looking for the reassurance elsewhere. But okay, so can we move to the vote on the amendment, which is, as stated, to change the end of B1 from September 2022 to 31st of March 2023. Those in favour? Those against? Okay, so that was unanimous. So we now move back to the actual substantive debate as amended. Anybody want to say anything more about it? Austin, sorry.
Apologies. Comments on a number of different levels. I mean, we're kind of stuck with this as it is at the moment from an administration point of view, but hopefully there's lessons to be learned here that, this is, in my mind, there's a careful balance of this board having good governance over public spending, but there's a question of granularity and where that's best dealt with from a decision-making point of view as to where the pennies get spent. And I can't help but feel that, under the theme of devolution, this is an element of the funding that should have just been devolved down to the people who are best able to manage it. And we should be mindful of that if there is any further future funding arrangements that come forward. That I'd like to think that a paper was put together to look at the options around how that could be best managed before we get ourselves pregnant again with something that's going to be very difficult to manage our way through, as is clearly evident. And to that point then, we end up spending an inordinate amount of time in these meetings at this level debating relatively, I won't say insignificant, but these are low risk, relatively small amount of money in the overall scheme of what we are charged with trying to get done collectively in terms of our bigger responsibilities here. My second point, I think, here is the notion of bringing recommendations to the board where there are three options. This is not a great environment to try and debate three options to bring something to a consensus. We've got a thing called the leader strategy meeting to try and resolve those things. So I think this is very much a question of, horses for courses as to where these things get debated again. And we could have avoided spending the last 30 minutes talking about this and come to the table with a very clear, concise recommendation that we could have dealt with and moved on.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Entirely agree, Austin, with everything you just said. We didn't need to spend, and I'm not going to spend more time talking about this. But again, I would just also point out, it's another example of changing the goalposts, which I was talking about earlier. We work on one set of criteria, 2 months later it's gone. And all the work is just wasted, torn into shreds. So I greatly sympathise with Anna's concerns, and we shouldn't be wasting time on this. It's important to scrutinise and be accountable, but we're going to sort this out before.
Okay.
So I'd like to propose that we agree option little 1.
With the
B
amendment.
option little 1 as amended, yeah.
Yep, yeah. That is. I will need a seconder on that. I'll second it. Okay. Okay. Right. We'll move to the vote then. Those in favour, of approval A, which is the Market Towns programme for the town of Soham, the sum of 330,000. Lucy? You don't want to get any trouble in Soham. And B, and we're to approve the option B1, approve the request and extend the deadline for project bids to March 2023. Agreed. Thank you. Okay, we're on 3.6. Probably not even halfway through the papers. Does anybody want to take a break, or should we go on for a little while longer and then take lunch in about maybe 20 minutes or something? Okay. Right, this is the Transforming Cities Fund. Roland Potter, Head of Transport, joins us to introduce the report. Thank you, Roland. Your attending in person is very much appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members. I'm just getting the paper up in front of me. I had some access issues, not dissimilar to others. Just bear with me for a second. Oh. Okay. So, the paper that's in front of you has been submitted to you as the Transforming Cities Fund report. It's a criteria of the receipt of Transforming Cities Fund, which is in total 95 million over the period of time up to the end of 31st of March 2023, for the Combined Authority to submit a report of activity, progress, etc. In addition to this report, our Monitoring and Evaluation Officer, Mike Soper, does have regular contact with the independent monitoring and evaluation agents on behalf of the DFT. The paper has 3 recommendations. 1, note the contents of the annual Transforming Cities Fund report at Appendix 1 for submission to the Department of Transport. B, support the principle of utilisation of Transforming Cities Fund capital underspend to support sustainable transport schemes, i.e. active travel and bus improvements, as agreed in future budget reports. And C, to delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to submit the Transforming Cities Fund report to DFT. The paper itself is fairly light in detail because the report itself has the bulk of the detail. So the grant determination was originally in March 2018, and the purpose of the Transforming Cities Fund is to boost productivity, transform intracity connectivity and reduce congestion in public and sustainable transport in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. The Cambridge and Peterborough, the TCF has been devolved, and decisions about how to invest the fund are taken by the Combined Authority Board in accordance with the aims for the fund set out in the devolution agreement. I'm not going to go too much further on the paper, but bring your attention to the report itself. The report itself talks about how we're now looking at a change to the local transport plan from the original one published in 2021. 2020. It details in heading 2 projects funded in 2018-19, 19-20, 20 and 21. There's a breakdown of the schemes that were funded and the amounts funded. And then there's funded projects in 2021-22. We've spoken earlier about underspend, and there is underspend within these projects as well. And with the shortness of time, there is a suggestion within this paper that, in agreement with DFT colleagues and Combined Authority Board members, recommendations could come back to Board to propose capital swap of projects that are likely to underspend or slip further in 2022-23 and replace them with new sustainable travel projects identified within the medium-term financial plan presented at March 2022 Board. These could include, for instance, permanent delivery, Tranche 1 and Tranche 2 capability fund that are currently temporary schemes, additional active travel schemes across the region, potentially the new Neen cycle footbridge across Peterborough, Fletton Keys, Thorpwood cycle scheme, Peterborough, Greenwell extension. Those are examples of the sort of things that could come forwards. Heading 4 is the proposed TCF delivery of 2022-23 as it currently stands. There's a little bit about monitoring and evaluation and delivery of timescales. There is then a chart, a spreadsheet that shows the spends to date and the activities across the quarters on all of those projects. And then we've got a little bit of a headline of each of the projects in terms of the project, the description, the confidence rationale, etc. for each of them. I would also recommend, and I don't think I've put within this, I would also recommend potential negotiations with the Department of Transport team to look for potential extension beyond March 2023. There is the possibility that if schemes are started or significantly complete, that there may be tolerance, but due to the pandemic and the challenges that have been incurred, I don't think it would be unreasonable to have that discussion. And I commend the paper and the report to the Board for questions.
Thank you, Roland. Opening up for debate. Councillor Bailey.
Just a question, if I may. Before I ask my question, I just want to say, in case we don't get the chance before his departure, a huge thank you to Roland. He's been instrumental in delivering a number of transport projects that I've been involved in. We've had some fraught times, Roland, but thank you so much. My experience with Roland was, once Roland got involved, things actually got done and we got some stuff delivered. So thank you ever so much, Roland. We're huge fan of yours in East Cams, and thank you for all your hard work. I do just want to ask, though, where we are on the A10 dualling and junctions work. It's been months since the scoping discussions with the County Council were supposed to begin, and I haven't heard a dicky bird, so just keen to get an update, if I may.
That's to you, Roland, if you
Yeah, I can assure you that there has been some very positive movements in relation to that work, working very closely with Cambridgeshire County Council colleagues. There is a letter of intent that has secured some funding for the team within Cambridgeshire County Council to look to recruit a dedicated individual to take that forward. The PID document's being developed and is in final draft, effectively looking for sign-off, and there is procurement discussions about procuring technical advisors on board, potentially through the Joint Professional Services Framework. So there has been some really positive action and agreement, and there has also been agreements through the legal teams and the finance teams on the capitalisation and risk within that project. So positive movement forwards, and we've had also several positive discussions with the representative at DFT, the leader of the funding for major roads network, local large majors, in relation to this, and the money that was issued to us that should have been spent by the end of March but wasn't, but we have continuation of funding within that at this point.
Thank you, Roland. Any other comments about the Transforming Cities Fund? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Roland. So I'm pleased to see that you're looking at considering the swaps, because a lot of stuff has been previously taken out or delayed, and you've got £95 million to spend, which you're not going to spend by 2023 unless we start to make some serious progress on the schemes that are sitting on the back burner, ready to go. I could give you the new electric bus station for Peterborough, which is a big capital project, but it's nowhere in the papers yet. Even though I spoke about it, we're all keen to do it, but we just need to crack on. Otherwise, you'll have 95 million you haven't spent. So yes, it's good to see that some of the things are being swapped, but we need to bring these things forward, because if stuff's ready to go, I don't care where it is in the county, if it stacks up, then let's get on and deliver these projects. But yeah, like Anna, thank you for all your work as well, and I know you're well respected. Difficult circumstances sometimes I also get, we're all under pressure, but I just don't like seeing money sat there, and there is a risk of losing it. Because if the DFT don't approve, it goes. And how bad would that look? That we don't spend £95 million.
Make a comment there about maybe electric buses. Something I'm interested in as well.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. In the first paper submitted today and approved, there was mention of the electric buses within...
I'm talking about the 15 million. I don't recall seeing that.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about specifically.
Yeah.
I know there is a will.
Do you want to come back, Roland? Sorry.
But it is exactly the point that I'm making, that there is potential schemes that are within those papers that, with the support of the delivery partners and potentially bringing on board additional resources to deliver, there are some things that could be accelerated and delivered quickly, and I think you're absolutely right. There are examples such as that, and I think they are equally the sort of things that DFT are looking for us to consider and drive forwards within Transforming Cities funds. So I would propose that if the board were of the opinion, it's not in the recommendations, but that papers are worked up between the teams and the delivery partners to bring some schemes forward to the next board.
Sorry, Mayor, just to carry on also, just for clarity, because there's a lot of talk around active travel and there's a very vocal cycle lobby, and I don't mind that. But the kind of stuff they're wanting is not the pop-up, it is, but it doesn't work. But, for me to put a bridge over the main bridge into the city centre, I've got to put a bridge on the side of the bridge to keep motorists and cyclists safe. But it's not an overnight fix. But it is, again, it's a typical project. And I'm sure there are others in other areas, for active travel or cycling, to make it better and safer. But it isn't, 120,000. It's several million to do that. But anyway, I'm not going to bang on about it anymore. I'm just saying I don't want to be sitting here next year and going, well, we haven't spent the 95 million.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Roland. If you want to come back on that again.
I take on board exactly what Councillor Fitzgerald is saying, but I would then say to Councillor Nsinga, there are projects that we've sat with, like Coldham's Lane, that are probably fit to go, that could be accelerated quickly. Mill Road potentially could be developed quickly. These could be developed into permanent solutions fairly quickly. So I think, if the board are content to approve the recommendations within this and it can be delivered onto the DFT via the Chief Executive Officer, there is opportunity for us to work together to look at what some of those schemes could be.
That sounds like a very good suggestion. I'm sure one that you would...
Just for clarity, I did say county. I just don't know what Lucy's got on her agenda. I can only talk about what I know about. But there will be projects across the county, but I don't want money sat there and we're sitting here in a year's time, we haven't spent the money.
I think the message is going out loud and clear to the officers of the combined authority from all of the board. I assume that's all 9 of us, that we want to see some more action, and for the very reasons that Councillor Fitzgerald has articulated. I'm mindful... Sorry, Councillor Bowden?
Apologies for taking up a few moments, Mayor,
No,
but it would be remiss of me if I weren't to mention that this board has spent millions of pounds on land acquisition in order to get to an oven-ready position to move forwards on the Wisbech Access Scheme as well. So we've spent those millions, and I'd certainly like to see the Wisbech Access Scheme as one of the many schemes, I'm sure, which will be included in that list. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation, I can't see any other things that. Well, there's 3 recommendations there. Can we go to, as we've had a debate, can we now go to the vote? And I'll move the recommendation from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fitzgerald. So would those in favour raise their hands now? And, okay, I think that's unanimous. Yep. Okay, thank you. We can now move on to item 3.7. I think it's... Do you want to break? No, that's fine. If first break, shout. Okay, we will. It's. Well, 3.7. If you can hold on, Councillor Smith, is that okay? Okay. 3.7 skills boot camps wave 3. And that's was added to the forward plan on the 21st of March 2022 under general exception arrangements. Fliss Miller, Interim Associate Skills Director, joins us remotely to introduce the report, although I can't see her. Oh, there she is, sorry. Hello.
Okay.
Hi, Fliss. Yeah, can you come in?
Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, members. Hopefully this will be a quick one for you. So this paper seeks to inform the board of the successful outcome of a proposal submitted to the Department for Education to deliver skills boot camps. The combined authority received notification from the DFE that the full amount proposed, £4,891,985, has been awarded in grant funding. The funding is to deliver skills boot camps across the combined authority, with up to 1,700 learners benefiting from the funding, and this will need to be delivered between April 22 and March 23. Skills boot camps are short employer-led courses which are expected to result in a guaranteed interview for participants, with many leading to either a new role or new job. The funding is used to fully fund individuals to study, and where courses are employer-led, they are entitled to up to 90% of funding towards the course fee. Boot camps will be delivered in a number of discipline areas, including digital, green, construction, advanced manufacturing, and pathways into accelerated apprenticeships. To be able to deliver at pace, the Combined Authority Board are asked to, firstly, accept the grant offer to deliver Wave 3 boot camps and to approve the addition of a corresponding budget for delivery in 22-23. And secondly, to delegate authority to the Chief Executive in consultation with the Chief Finance Officer and Monitoring Officer to make awards to and enter into grant agreements with both existing and new providers for Wave 3 delivery following an appropriate procurement exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, Fliss. If you could just hold there, I'm going to open the report for questions or comment. Any questions or comment? Oh no, sorry, Leader for Skills, I should ask. Thank you.
I will be really, really quick. I just wanted to say thank you for Fliss for this work, because this is a really, really good piece of news for the Combined Authority. This will help us deliver on things like the retrofit scheme that we were not able to deliver before. So this is 100% good news, and I just thought we should say thank you before we move on. So thank you, Fliss.
Lots of nods of assent to that comment, Fliss. Yeah, we're very pleased. You've done a great job for the Combined Authority. Thank you for bringing the report to us. We're now going to go to the vote then. Do you want to... Well, I'll propose, and do you want to second? Okay, Councillor Singer. Those in favour of these recommendations? Unanimous. Okay, thank you. We will now call a stop at 1:15 for possibly about half an hour, maybe. I think that's, or maybe 20 minutes. 20 minutes, if we can reconvene at 25 to 1:35. Thank you. We're live now? Thank you. Okay. So we're moving now to part 4 of the agenda, which contains recommendations which have been made to the Combined Authority Board by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. And item 4.1 relates to the A141 and St Ives. Emma White, thank you, Transport Programme Manager, joins us to introduce this report. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming.
The Board is recommended to approve the drawdown of £2.3 million for the consultation and commencement of the St Ives local improvement schemes, and 2, delegate authority to the Head of Transport and Chief Finance Officer to agree the grant funding agreement with Cambridgeshire County Council. In November 2021, the Board was presented with the A141 and St Ives Strategic Outline Business Case, an update on the St Ives local improvement schemes. Both studies were approved for progression onto the next stage, which included collaboration with Cambridgeshire County Council to develop a way forward. For the A141 and St Ives Outline Business Case, we are continuing to work with the County Council to develop a proposal, cost and programme to bring forward to Committee and Board to seek approval of the drawdown of funds and ensure the schemes are started in a timely manner. The St Ives Local Improvement Study builds upon the highway improvements identified in the A141 St Ives and Transport Study Options Appraisal Report. There are 5 packages of schemes planned to be progressed. The programme is scheme dependent and runs approximately April 2022 to August 2023. Consultation will be undertaken as part of these schemes.
Thank you. Does anybody, well, I'll open the report to the Board for debate. Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor. As you would imagine, I welcome this as great progress. I would just highlight a couple of reservations. So I noted the press release that was issued on this, which actually went into some detail around the proposals of the St Ives area improvements, and it does say in there further up about there will be consultation. But I think I really just want to stress, that we must do that consultation, because there are some quite controversial suggestions in some of that. I won't go into the granular detail here because we don't need to do that as a board necessarily. But there was a comment at the beginning of the meeting about not electioneering, and I should say I'm not electioneering on this because you're doing that for me, Mayor, with putting out some of those quite controversial proposals that will upset local residents. So I think we just need to be mindful of that, and it's just really worth highlighting that there will be proper consultation on that no decisions have yet been made. It would be really nice as well, because some colleagues will recall that I asked about this package at a board meeting a few months ago, to be told that this was nothing to do with the combined authority, that nobody knew what I was talking about. So I'm delighted that we've now found this large project that had been going on for quite some time. I'd been chairing a joint committee on behalf of the combined authority and the county council for 2 years, developing the options around this and doing all the transport modelling and so on. And that all seemed to fall. That was a cross-party committee as well, might I add. There was no inbuilt majority for any one party over the other, so it was a really good consensus-driven forum. As of May 2021, unfortunately, that fell by the wayside. Nothing was ever heard of it again, unfortunately, or indeed what was happening with these projects. So just to go back to my opening point, I'm delighted that this has now been revived, that these are now being, or hopefully if board agrees, that these will be going ahead, and that we'll start to see some of these changes made. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fuller. Any more comments or observations? If not, I would suggest we will move straight to a vote. So, do you want to move the recommendation? Councillor Fuller would like to move the recommendation, and in terms of cooperation, County Council representative is seconding Councillor Singer. So, as this relates to transport funding, a vote in favour is required by at least 2/3 of all members appointed by the constituent councils present and voting, to include the members appointed by Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council. The monitoring officer will confirm the outcome of the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hands. Unanimous. Okay, thank you. Moving on now to item 4.2, demand response transport. This is an item for noting. Oliver Howarth will introduce the report remotely. Oliver? No joy. Well, yep.
It's just a point of clarification, because I note that this is to note, but the press release that you issued that's on the Combined Authority website says extension of Ting trial to be decided by Combined Authority Board, and all the wording refers to this being a board decision today, which was also then repeated in the Hunts Post this week. So could we have clarity on whether this is a board decision or whether we're noting it, and why that's the arrangement?
Legal, I mean...
Yeah, so this is a to note only item. It was within the competence of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee to approve the extension. The extension was within the ambit of the original contract and the approved funding envelope. So my understanding is my understanding, this is a note only item at the board today.
Okay.
So will you correct the comms and inform the Hunts Post that it's incorrect, the communications you've put out?
Certainly note that and make sure that happens. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Smith?
Can I speak to the item?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
okay. So I gather that this didn't have an easy ride through the Transport Committee, because what I'm told is that there was a sort of paucity of information. So we at South Cambridgeshire we funded demand responsive transport, and because actually at the end of the day we realised that the cost per journey was so high, we ceased to do so. So I've gone back to the papers that were presented to the Transport Committee, and again it's not clear what the cost per journey is. I've just done some rough sums. So it says £0.7 of £1 million to extend it for a further 3 months. So I'm calling 3 months 100 days. You're saying there's 110 journeys per day. That's working out at £63 per journey. Really? It's, I think we need to have a really serious look at this. So I'm not going to object to a further 3 months extension, but when it comes back to us, we have to have the information about what the cost per journey is, because I remember the conversation back with South Cambridgeshire was actually it was cheaper to get taxis for these people. And it's a lovely theory, but I have no experience of demand responsive transport in this area working, actually solving the problems. There might be areas where it is, but it hasn't done when we've trialled it. I think it was between Huntingdonshire and was it between Huntingdon? Okay. So we did trial it, and it was just really expensive, and it wasn't necessarily it wasn't driving the modal shift, which is one of our priorities to do, because the people who needed to get to work and back from work definitely weren't using it. So I don't know if my estimate of £63 per journey is right, but I stand, I'm happy to stand corrected. But that was my rough sum.
I think we'll have to be a bit careful there with the minuting.
Well, I'm glad, but okay.
I'm gonna, in the absence of Oliver, I'm kindly got, if you want to come in, Roland, as the head of transport, maybe you can offer some insight into the kind of the positive sides of the trial so far and why it was extended in discussions at the Transport Committee.
So I absolutely take on board the concerns raised. What I would like to say is that we are trialling a demand responsive transport with technology built into it, and it is a trial, and it's a trial in a very rural area, and we're the only combined authority trialling this nature of transport within a rural location as opposed to a city location, and the learning from it is going to be extremely important. Now, and we are, in addition to this, talking about trialling some software on the WizBeat 68 service, and we're working with the organisation there to try a different type of DRT technology as well. The principles, though, are: does it provide additionality to existing timetabled services? Does it offer modal shift? Does it offer benefits in terms of public health, etc., etc.? So there is learning to come from it, and we haven't got that data as yet. And we're asking for the extensions so that we get the data, we analyse the data, but at the same time, we look at what the procurement solutions might be for scoping something that is of a nature of this, but not necessarily exactly this, either in West Huntingdonshire for a continuation, because I take on board points that were made earlier about trials. People commit to things hesitantly at times in trials because they say, well, hold on a second, I'm changing my pattern for something that is going to end and I need something more permanent than that. So I think we need to look at what are the successes in the data, and the data will be important, and when we've got it, we'll share it with this board. In terms of the numbers and in terms of the pricing, in terms of the costs, etc., there was always going to be a slow growth up to a point, and we also did this at a period where we were hoping to have come out of pandemic and we didn't, and also we've gone through a Christmas period. So there is some learning to be taken and some waiting to be considered as well. The other thing though is, how would a service like this fit into an integrated transport solution across our entire area? And I pushed through in the bus services improvement plan that we should have 8 areas considered and covered and funded for solutions such as this, not necessarily this, but solutions such as this, to link our first mile, last mile walking and cycling to a demand responsive system that gets people to a location or to a transport connectivity that is a direct route on a timetable service or a rail service or whatever. And it is the start, it is the embryonic start to an ultimate vision of a public service network that has a single ticketing option. So we're working with software of this nature for the first time. We will learn lessons on that. Ultimately, we would look to propose a platform, a software platform across the region that as you rolled out different services, you plug it in effectively and you light up that sector. In terms of numbers around 110 passengers a day and what the cost is against it, etc., I absolutely take that on board and it has to be a consideration. But within those considerations, I would also say, what are the public health benefits of this type of service? What are the air quality benefits of this type of service? And what are the behavioural change nudges of this type of service? So all of that data will be forthcoming. It will be analysed, it will be detailed, and it will be shared with the board. And if such from that it's decided that this is not the sort of service that we were to take forward, then so be it.
Thank you, Roland, for speaking so eloquently as a head of transport about what demand response transport, although in the early stages can be a challenge, but what it can really deliver for our communities. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, thank you. There is definitely value in this trial. You have to be brave. You have to try. We're trying to get massive transport change in our area, and if you don't be brave and try something completely different, then we're never going to know. So this is what the CPCA should be about: trying new things. So I totally applaud this trial, and I thank the previous mayor for starting it. It's an interesting and experimental project. There is no doubt DRT is expensive on the face of it. Money is not the only consideration, as Roland has intimated. I've looked carefully at the passenger journey costs and I've compared them with other services. At best, it's £4.99 per passenger journey, and at worst, it's £5.47 per passenger journey. But I have to say that compares with my favourite hobby horse of Ely Zipper, which is a different way of doing things, which is pre-pandemic was 97 pence per passenger journey, and even during and slightly post-pandemic, currently running between £2.25 and £2.73 per passenger journey. So broadly speaking, you can say that Ting is currently roughly double the cost of the Ely Zipper. It's a very important point about longevity, and it is something that we said loud and clear to residents that were in the usage area for the Ely Zipper. Look, we are looking to keep this service long term. It's not a here today, gone tomorrow, because if you want people to make habitual change and get them literally out of their cars, then they've got to know that it's sustainable, and that if they're going to make that change, you're not going to take it away after 6 months or a year. I'm interested in the idea about deep rural areas, which is a phrase used in the paper. I don't know West Hunts as well as I'm sure Ryan does, but I'm sorry, I don't think West Hunts is a deep rural area in the same way that Fenland and East Cambs are deep rural areas. I invite you to come to my patch of Little Downham in East Cambridgeshire. It is nothing remotely like the west of Huntingdonshire and the villages around there. But what I'm really interested in is how West Hunt's population and the sparsity and the, you know, how the households are, what's the word, around the area. What is the population, and how does that compare with the rural areas of Fenland and East Cambs? So how do the populations compare, and the distances between the populations and, you know, individual households? Because if you're going to run this service, you've got to be able to cater for individual households, and that means going down Third Drove in Little Downham, which is an experience in itself. Against all of that, you've got the convenience of this, which is a half-hour promise, as I understand, and I think it's doing quite well at the moment, on quite high percentage to meeting that performance standard. That's good while you've got a certain number of people using it. Of course, the more popular it becomes, and that's what went wrong with the East Cambs Connect project, the more popular it became, the less reliable your performance standard is, but then the argument would be you put on another bus. But obviously there's the expense of that. So my interest in all of this, and I'm a bit of a nerdy expert on this stuff, having done it for a long time, or watched it for a long time, you know, is it enough to get people out of their cars, as Bridget said? You know, is it enough to really get that modal shift? And how does that stack up against a more traditional scheduled service like the Ely Zipper, which is basically an hourly service? It's really not much different, but you can plan your day around it because you know exactly when it's going. And that's much more sort of mentally reliable, really. So I'm very interested to understand the analysis that we will get back, and I think it's really important that we get some proper analysis about the type of usage, the reasons that people are using it. Is it just leisure? Is it to get to college, university? You know, what is it? Why are people using it? And has it actually got people out of their cars? Because I strongly suspect the answer might be no, but you know, I'm open-minded about it. So the word of caution that I want to give is that I think DRT could be part of the answer, but I don't think we should assume that it should replace viable scheduled hourly type services in viable locations where you've got enough population to make that work, because honestly a locally sponsored, loved service that's valued by residents has huge value to play, and it worries me that the BSIP and the general direction of travel of the CPCA seems to be pinning all the hopes on Ting, and I don't think that's the right attitude. And when I asked Oliver about the BSIP plans, because in East Cambridgeshire the BSIP plan is basically only two main corridors, as I understand it: Littleport, Ely, Cambridge, Littleport, Soham, Newmarket, and that everything else around that will be serviced by a Ting type service. Apart from when I directly asked, what about the Ely Zipper, is that being retained? And the answer was yes, and I wanted to understand the reason behind that. And when I asked the reason behind that, I was told, well, basically we don't axe it because it's like, you know, political nightmare, and it's a really popular service that we've promoted massively and got everybody loving, so it wouldn't go down well. But actually, the Ely Zipper service is really economically viable and is becoming more and more so the more you increase the ridership. So that's the reason not to axe the Ely Zipper, which tells me that there are other routes to be had, like the route that the Ely Zipper takes, and we've put one forward in our project initiation documents for an Ely Zipper 2 that I think will stack up as well as the Ely Zipper 1, and I think we should be pursuing those as well. Having said all of that, East Cambs does still welcome a demand responsive transport service in our area, and given that I believe we're more rural than West Hunts, I think that would be a worthwhile exercise, and I do applaud the braveness of doing this, and I think it's the right thing to do.
Over to you, Roland.
Absolutely, and I want to assure you that the thinking behind the BSIP and the thinking behind the DRT is that it's part of the overall solution, it's not the solution. And when we look at, and when for instance we rode the Wisbech 68 service recently, there are those users that would like a rail hand, stopping service where they stand on the side of the road and they can put their hand out and the bus comes past and it stops. Ride hailing, that's what I meant to say. This has all come about, and all of this learning comes about by doing these sort of things and engaging with communities and engaging with elected members, knowing their patches, etc. And there is going to be a need across those 8 areas within the BSIP, solutions that integrate and fit into what's going on already. Bus timetabled services are absolutely core and need to be a solid foundation of a public service network. Frequencies of those need to be considered, times of day of those need to be considered. Integration of additional services, whether it be a ting, whether it be a zipper, whether it be hybrids of them, whether it be ride hailing and hybrids of, that will all come through from the evidence that comes from this, and then looking at the specific areas. South Cambridgeshire has some areas that when we talk about deep rural, people would say, well, South Cambridgeshire isn't deep rural, is it? But actually you are somewhat remote, and as deep and as rural when you're remote and there's not a service and you can't walk to a service. And so your access to opportunities are just not there. When we talk about are we getting people out of cars, we know, for instance, that the youth are quite liking this service. It's cheap for them, they can get about, and they're not dependent on a parent or an older sibling that has a car. They can just get on a ride hailing as a group and go and do what they want to do and get back again. So we know that we are reducing some car journeys in that sense. We've also got some anecdotal experience of people that have said, when I took my car for an MOT, I realised I didn't need to call anybody to come pick me up because I could get a ride-hailing service. And then when I went back for it, I didn't need to expect somebody else to be available to take me because I could just go back. Other people say I can get to work and I don't need to take my car to the station, and actually I can have a drink on the way home and not worry about it. These are important things from a road safety perspective as well as an air quality and a public health perspective. So there is learning to be had. We need to do that meaningfully, and the extension is very much to enable us to do that, but also set up the procurement processes that we would need to do to potentially make the West Huntingdonshire ting or something similar a permanent service, but also what does it look like in expansion, and when we get the settlement from the bus service improvement plan, what funding will we have to be able to do this, and potentially quite rapidly.
Councillor Fuller. All right, then you.
Thank you, Mayor. Of course, I do support this, and I think this was the right thing to try in West Huntingdonshire. And I absolutely supported the vision of James Palmer when he initiated this process in Huntingdonshire. And it's good to see that it's been well received by residents of Huntingdonshire. I think, though, I would just echo some of the concerns that have been raised by Councillor Smith and Councillor Bailey, because the worst thing that we could possibly do here is to put this on and encourage people to use it, and then it just disappears one day. And I think we have to be realistic. And again, I'm sorry to keep picking on the difference between stated messages of the organisation and our communications and the reality, but the press release that went out said that there's been 10,443 journeys for £2, whereas that's misleading, to say the least, isn't it? As you've just heard from Councillor Bailey, that might be what people pay to use it, but it's not costing £2, is it? It's costing, as I understand it, £480,000 a year, the equivalent of. For the 6-month trial, I understood, was £240. Oh. So it's £480,000 a year for this one bus. Now, well, there's one bus route, one bus service, however you want to put it, Mayor, but it is one bus service for £480,000 a year. And I think, as wonderful as it is, and don't get me wrong, I'm not being negative about the Ting because it is helping, but it is not a sustainable model, if we're being perfectly honest, to roll out across this entire county geography, because I think we would end up with quite a few cuts. And I've been around long enough for the days when I sit at county council transport committees. I still sit on county council transport committee, but I remember the days sitting there arguing, trying to battle to get £12,000 subsidy for a St Ives town circular route, and having to justify why we should keep our town circular bus route. Now, we're talking about £480,000 a year here for one service, so it is an excellent initiative. I'm glad we're trialling it, I'm glad we're extending it, but it can't just disappear. And I worry that we're not building the case. I hear everything that Roland has said, and it's great to get some anecdotal feedback about people using it, but we need to really see the case behind this to ensure that it is sustainable, that this route is sustainable, and then it is something that we can look to roll out elsewhere. And I would just conclude, Mayor, by inviting Councillor Bailey to join me for lunch in the depths of rural West Huntingdonshire. I will buy her lunch on the condition that she comes and meets me on public transport, and then she'll see how difficult it is to get around rural West Huntingdonshire.
Are you going to use the Ting? Are you going to use the Ting? You are going to use the Ting. All right. Come and use the Ting. It's the thing. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Bowden, you want to come in?
Thank you, Mayor. I've been quite astonished by this debate so far. We've been given a paper just for noting, with no numbers in it of any value, and yet we've had an enormous number of numbers which have been quoted, and a lot of detail, which I think was a precursor for the debates and the positions that people are going to take after the trial is finished and when we start talking about the actual numbers. And I will have a lot to say about it at that point, I can promise you, but I'll save those details for when we actually have the numbers in front of us. However, I think that the comments made by Councillor Smith in particular and others are entirely correct concerning the cost that there is for the service. We're talking about the Ting service and the way in which it operates and its viability in terms of what we are trying to provide across the county and Peterborough as a whole at this time. Nevertheless, in my opinion, 5 to 10 years' time, demand responsive transport will be seen all across the country in lots of different areas. It is, in my opinion, the future, but it's not the future in the way in which Ting is operating. That's not to say that Ting is valueless, this project is valueless. I think it's an extremely valuable trial, and I think we should get a lot of data out of it, and it will also raise a lot more questions which need to be answered in potentially future trials to be able to move us forwards. But Ting itself, I think there are some very fundamental issues with the way in which this was set up and with the expectations which there are that we've got. One being, for example, that Ting reduces pollution and reduces vehicle pollution. I think Ting actually increases vehicle pollution rather than reducing it, but that's merely getting into matters of detail. I do believe in the future of this. Members of this board will remember that I have been on record as saying that I don't believe that in 30 years' time there's a place for the private car. I think that the private car is inherently an extremely inefficient method of transportation. It's a costly method, and there are much better ones which are potentially available to us in the future. Not available now, but what's being done by Ting at the moment is part of what will move us forward to something which will be far more efficient, far more effective, far less polluting, and far better in reducing inequalities that we've got in this area. So I welcome the extension which is taking place. I look forward to arguing about the numbers which are produced from it. I look forward to pointing out all of the things which are wrong with the Ting service, but in a constructive way, because demand-responsive transport, in my opinion, is the future.
Thank you. Roland, do you want to come back and make your final comment then?
I thank Councillor Bowden for his comments, and you're absolutely right. There are challenges in terms of the types of vehicles at the moment. However, there is a service in Wales, for instance, and during this trial there has been development of vehicles, and there's now an electric vehicle running a similar service in deepest rural Wales. And what I would say is that technology is moving extremely rapidly, and the learning that we get from Ting combined with the learning that we get from what's happening elsewhere in the country and the technology moves, we can combine these sort of services with our timetable services, potentially out of depots that have infrastructure in place for them, and therefore they do become part of the zero emissions. I hesitate to use zero emissions because of course there are still some emissions from these vehicles, but certainly considerably improved emission with the likes of an alternative fuel vehicle fleet within that.
Thank you, Roland. This was for noting. I just wanted to, I think in some ways it's important that we have had the opportunity to discuss it. I've heard the phrases, we should be brave. I've heard pros and cons, but obviously the Transport Committee gave us the, updated us and said they want to extend the ting. I want to thank you, Roland, for your support, and indeed Oliver for all the work you have done on this and making it happen. But most importantly, I'd like to put on record to note and say thank you to the community of West Huntingdonshire who have embraced the ting. And I read the social media page as well, and yes, there are occasional negatives, but my experience, be it anecdotal, is one where people have said this is something that really responds to our needs for children, for older people, for families, people going to work. And I'm just really hopeful that some of the benefits we're already seeing are going to be extended through the whole of the Combined Authority. And of course, we're going to be reliant on how much we get from a BSIP, and we'll just have to wait and see. But thank you for giving your comments and noting the item. Time to move on. Item 4.3 is the March Area Transport Study, Broad Street Scheme, a place I visited and really enjoyed. Thank you, Councillor Bowden. There was some discussion about the approval process for the full business case when this report was considered by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. For clarity, the monies that are requested in advance of the completion of the full business case are to enable procurement of the contractor to maintain the programme by undertaking this activity in advance. Those funds relevant to that procurement will not be released until an independent value for money statement has been conducted on the full business case, with the full business case then being considered by this board. Hopefully that makes it clear. Recommendation B makes this explicit and states that the proposed drawdown is subject to the independent evaluation and sign-off of the full business case by the Combined Authority Board at a future meeting. Hopefully that's made things clear. And Emma, you've waited patiently. Thank you. Can you introduce the report now?
The board is recommended to repurpose 590,000 of the CPCA Future High Street Fund monies to undertake the initial phases of the March Area Transport Study called MATS Broad Stream Construction. B, to approve the drawdown of 3.8 million for the construction of the MATS Broad Street scheme in full, as said earlier, subject to the independent evaluation and sign-off of the full business case by the Combined Authority Board at a future meeting. And C, to delegate authority to the Head of Transport and Chief Finance Officer to enter into a grant funding agreement with Cambridgeshire County Council in relation to the MATS study. The next stage of the MATS project includes full business case and detailed design. Fenland District Council has also been successful in obtaining funding under the Future High Street Fund scheme. Part of the condition of this funding is it's spent by March 2024. Key parts of the Future High Street Fund proposal for Broad Street have been aligned with the proposals for the MATS. Both schemes are intrinsically linked and need to be built together. The MATS full business case is programmed to be completed by December 2022. In order to achieve these timelines, in order to achieve the timelines of the Future High Street Fund, there is a need to accelerate work in advance of the full business case for the MATS Broad Street. The Broad Street construction costs have been updated since the publication of the outline business case and now equate to 4.3 million. This is required to construct the MATS Broad Street project, with 590,000 of this money necessary in advance. This money will be repurposed from the CPCA Future High Street Fund allocation and paid back once the full funds are released. The revised cost was rerun and produced a BCR of 2.606, which is still high value for money. Thank you.
Councillor Bowden, I'll come to you first as leader of Fenland District Council. Do you want to make a comment?
That's very kind of you, Mayor. Thank you very much indeed, and I hope you don't accuse me of electioneering.
I was not me doing that. Just you're welcome to speak.
Our election's on for another 15 months anyway. obviously very much welcome all of the focus that there has been in March, both in terms of the March area transport study and also the future High Street Fund monies. And there has been some degree of confusion, it has to be said, in some people's minds about the interrelationship between the two, and we've tried exceptionally hard to ensure that all officers who have been involved have understood that there are two separate schemes and that we make sure that they interrelate seamlessly between them. This paper, I have to say, caused some difficulty because when it was first published, I received a very irate phone call saying, why are they stealing money from our future High Street Fund to put it into the MATS Fund? Now, of course, that's not what is happening here. What this is, it's almost an accounting matter. It's just repurposing it temporarily for it to be repurposed back to the CPCA Future High Street Fund budget, assuming that all the assurances are achieved in paragraph 1.2. So there isn't any issue with that at all, and I want to put it on record that money isn't being taken out of the CPCA Future High Street Fund budget. So long as everything works out, everything will go back to the way it was. But the two schemes together will be transformational as far as March is concerned, long overdue, and I very much welcome them. So this procedural change, whilst it has alerted one or two individuals, there's nothing to be worried about in it. It's merely the CPCA being facilitative in the way in which it acts, and I'm very grateful for that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for your supportive statement on to the CPCA. These proposals were supported unanimously by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Do any other board members have any questions or comments, or can we move to the vote? Oh, sorry, Councillor Singer.
Just a very quick point to make that I am very glad for the clarification that you put forward, Mayor, because I think there was some considerable concern about the governance of this scheme, and I think it's very important to be very clear that about the independent evaluation and that the final business case will be signed off by the board in total. So thank you for that clarification, because there was concerns were raised with me about it, and I'm now reassured. So thank you.
That's the benefit of speaking to people before meetings, and I will take none of the praise. This is all down to Emma doing a good job in terms of clarification. Can we move to the vote? Yes, I'll propose. Do I? Sorry. Do I have a seconder? Sorry. Okay, fine, good. Okay, we'll move to the vote. Do I have a seconder? So recommendation C requires a vote in favour by at least 2/3 of all members or their substitute members appointed by the constituent councils present voting, and to include the members appointed by Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council or their substitute members. Votes in favour, please raise your hands. Unanimous. Okay. Moving on then to 4.4, which is an update on the e-scooter trial and e-bikes. Anna Graham, Transport Programme Manager, joins us remotely to introduce the report. Anna, I can see you. Do you want to come through?
Great. Thank you very much. Before I introduce the paper, I thought it was important to address Voi's business arrangements, which members may be aware. On the 14th of March, Voi notified the Combined Authority that immediately following the beginning of the Russian invasion, Voi ceased all business arrangements in Russia, ending its sale of second-hand e-scooters into the Russian market and selling its stake in a Russian micro-mobility company. In addition, Voi's supply chain no longer goes through Russia. Voi confirmed it had completed a full audit of its investors, highlighting to the Combined Authority 3 Russian investors. 2 of the Russian investors are shareholders and 1 holds a convertible loan. None of the investors have been or currently are under sanctions. The 2 Russian investors holding shares in the company have transferred their voting rights to Voi's CEO. The Combined Authority's legal team has confirmed that the 3 Russian investors are not on this sanctions list. BEIS also confirmed that the current government position is that contracting authorities are subject to Section 17 of the Local Government Act 1988, and should note that they are prohibited from considering in their procurement decisions non-commercial considerations, including the location of any country or territory of the business activities or interests of contractors, or from terminating contracts for non-commercial reasons. Therefore, Her Majesty's Government is not mandating any course of action by local authorities beyond those set out in the published sanctions. If you're content, I will go on to present the main.
Absolutely, Anna, and thank you for that point of clarification.
Okay, thank you. The purpose of the paper is to seek approval for an extension to the e-scooter trial in Cambridge and to seek approval to undertake market engagement and procurement for expanding e-bikes to our market towns. E-scooter trials nationally have been expected to end at the end of this month and transitioning into pilot schemes. However, DfT has asked that current trial areas participate in a trial extension to the 30th of November 2022. Extending the current trials rather than transitioning to pilots will allow DfT to continue to fill data gaps and assess and utilise new data sources. Good news is that e-bikes have returned to Peterborough, which were launched on the 9th of March. E-bikes are a valuable tool in encouraging cycle take-up, improving air quality and supporting healthy lifestyles and increasing access to opportunities. In its meeting of the 8th of September 2021, the Transport and Infrastructure Committee agreed with the principle of expanding the e-bike offer to our market towns. This was later ratified at the September Combined Authority Board. Since then, a workshop has taken place with the Combined Authority's constituent councils to identify objectives and understand potential risks, challenges and opportunities in implementing the e-bikes across the region. The next step for expanding e-bikes to market towns is to undertake market engagement with potential operators. The purpose of this market engagement would be to ensure that the procurement specifications will enable a sustainable operating model. And thank you. I commend this paper to the board.
Thank you, Anna. Does anybody want to make any comments or debate? Aha! Police and Crime Commission, Darryl. Ryan, come in.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. I mean, it's a comment really, because I see that the request has come from the DfT in the first place. So who would I be to go against that? I mean, I've checked with the constabulary, and there is some evidence that these e-scooters under trial are certainly of a better standard and with regulations behind them than those in private use. Those in private use, and I have many concerns filling my mailbox, as I expect many others in this room as well. And I think, you know, certainly with those under trial at the moment, there is some confusion with the member of the public of what the law is. So my point is this, and it's really one for the DfT. My understanding is for the extension so that we can fill some data gaps, potentially looking at sort of regulation and new legislation down the line in relation to all micro mobility devices. I think it'd be good to get some reassurance that from DfT, you know, that is progressing. We don't want to keep extending trial after trial. What we really need is regulation and legislation in place in relation to all use of micro mobility. Notwithstanding, I think we all accept the benefits, but at the moment, and my particular concern is young people, you know, kids on these things. You know, we've had fatalities across the country, and that's just not acceptable. So I support it, but you know, I'd be pressing the DfT for when we're going to have the end game here in relation to regulation, legislation, guidance, etc.
Thank you. Councillor Nessinger.
Thank you. I absolutely echo what Darryl's just said. I think we do need to continue with the trial, even though there are reservations about it, and I know they're causing that the scooters are causing trouble in a number of areas. I think if the DfT have asked us to continue it, we probably do need to, and I think we also need to recognise that I think a lot of these electric micro vehicles are here to stay, but what's really urgent is that we look at the regulation of not just the scooters but also electric bikes, and the difference between electric bikes and small electric motorbikes, which are much heavier and are causing considerable concern to lots of residents in my area, where they're being used. I mean, these are things that look like small motorbikes, but are being used on the footpaths and pavements and cycleways around Cambridge, and causing considerable concern to members of the public who are walking. And at the moment, there's almost nothing that can be done to regulate them because they don't fit into any of the categories. So I wonder whether we could, in fact, write as a combined authority to ask that the DFT get on with publishing some draft regulations or thinking about regulation, not just of scooters, but of all different types of electric vehicle, because it's clearly going to be a problem that's going to continue. These things are not going to go away.
I'm just going to go back to Anna, because we do have regular sort of correspondence with the Department of Transport, and I'm pretty sure we've brought it up on behalf of the Combined Authority a few times. If we haven't, I would take that as an action from Darryl, and we can write it formally. But Anna, do you just want to clarify the conversations that we have had in regard to this thorny issue?
With regarding to sort of private e-scooters, this is an issue that DFT are fully aware of. They are continuing to work with the Home Office to see how they can further mitigate it and take it into account. We do continue to talk to DFT about the future of e-scooters. There should be a report published by DFT in spring about the trial. But I could certainly reiterate the comments that have been mentioned here back to DFT.
I think we'll take it as an action that the transport team and myself, on behalf of the Combined Authority Board, highlighting the concerns at today's meeting and feeding back in an appropriate manner. Sorry, Councillor Herbert.
I don't know about you, but I'm not prepared to wait for DFT because I just don't think that they took Uber seriously and they don't take taxi safety seriously. I don't know what the experience is in Peterborough, but and it is generally the case that the Voi users are more responsible on average, but they shoot through red lights quite frequently. They use the pavements quite frequently. They treat our parks as main highways, which they're not. So, I mean, we've had a dialogue with the city centre police, and it may be that we have to resort to the use of the PSPO simply because we're not going to be able to wait. I think our problems are probably bigger than Peterborough's because we've got a large number of city centre parks. And whilst, as I said, the Voi scooters are not as big a problem, the Voi bikes don't cause any problem at all because they kind of split a different type of user. And the electric sort of motorbikes that Lucy referred to are a real peril. I mean, they're travelling at 30 miles an hour in a park with dogs and children and everything. So, I mean, I think we yes, let's all say to DFT it's a priority, but sorry to be negative, but I don't think they'll do anything about it for 3 or 7 years.
Any more comments? I can't see that. We're going to move to the vote, and I'm moving the recommendation from the chair. Do I have a seconder? The fact that nobody's rushing to do it. Okay, well, if I don't get a seconder, then we can't do it. But
this is in Cambridge.
No,
we haven't got any in Peterborough for these very reasons. So I'll happily second it if it's in Cambridge, just to help you out.
Anna, can I just clarify that the extension, is it for both the scooters and the bikes?
Yes.
So it's in both Cambridge and Peterborough.
Well, sorry, the trial is the extension is the trial of e-scooters.
Right.
Which is what
but also the expansion of e-bikes is also on the paper as well.
Yeah, we've said no to them.
Well, hold on. So, Oh, sorry, seconder. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy. We have a seconder. We'll now go to the vote. Those in favour, sorry, let's get the actual okay. Approve the extension of the e-scooter trial to 30th of November 2020. Approve market engagement and procurement process to enable the expansion of the e-bike service region-wide. And delegate authority to the head of transport in consultation with the chief finance officer, chief legal officer, to enter a contract with a successful tenderer. Those in favour? I think we've got unanimous. Okay, so it's unanimous. Right, I'm sorry. Okay. We're now moving on to the Skills Committee recommendations to the Combined Authority Board. Okay, part 5 of the agenda contains, from the Skills Committee. Item 5.1 is the Adult Education Budget Funding Allocations for 2022 to 23 and proposed funding policy changes. Parminder Singh Gotcha, Senior Responsible Officer for Adult Education, is attending remotely and will introduce the report. Although I say Fliss. No, it's Parminder. Parminder, do you want to come in?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, members of the board.
Yep,
the Skills Committee on the 16th of March, the recommendations in this report were debated by the members, and it was resolved to recommend to the board that they approve the funding allocations for the 2022-23 academic year from the devolved adult education budget to the grant holders set out in the table to the report. To approve the funding allocations for the 2022-23 academic year from the delegated National Skills Fund for Level 3 courses to the grant holders set out in the report, to delegate authority to the Interim Associate Director of Skills in consultation with the Chief Finance Officer and Monitoring Officer to enter into multi-year grant funding agreements with the grant holders set out in Table A to the report for a 3-year period, and to approve the funding policy changes and flexibilities for the 2022-23 academic year. So to inform debate and decision making, I'd like to briefly provide members with some context. So as part of the devolution agreement, the Combined Authority receives circa 12 million for the adult education budget from the Department of Education for the provision of adult learning and skills to citizens in our sub-region. In addition, the Combined Authority has been delegated funding from the National Skills Fund of just under £1 million, circa 995,000, for the delivery of Level 3 courses as part of the Government's Lifetime Skills Guarantee for the 2022-23 academic year. This report sets out our approach to making the funding allocations to colleges, local authorities and adult learning institutes who, as anchor civic institutions in their communities, are funded by a recurrent grant as opposed to a contract. In line with our published business cycle, the report sets out our approach for the 2022-23 academic year. Independent training providers in the private and third sector also have the opportunity to apply for a contract through our procurement process, which is currently open. The report also highlights the policy changes under the devolved system and how we have widened opportunities and access to adult learning and skills through our funding flexibilities. These have been co-produced with our partners through various engagement events and an open public consultation which received over 100 responses. For 2022-23, it's proposed to continue with our existing funding flexibilities and to implement the following enhancements. Implementing further flexibilities that will allow our citizens to access fully funded second Level 3 courses that respond to employer need, enable in-work progression or access to higher education, improve the delivery of English for speakers of other languages by allowing providers to deliver in the workplace, improving the definition of community learning to improve targeting and to enrich the offer with regards to wider outcomes of learning such as health and well-being, increasing the low-wage scheme citizens will now be able to earn up to 21,000 before fees become payable, unless they are eligible for fee remission from other flexibilities. Fund teacher training courses to build capacity in the FE system. Fund carbon literacy courses to improve public awareness of environmental sustainability issues. Fund bespoke employer programs that provide greater flexibility, and that could include modules rather than full qualifications and licenses to practice, and to expand the support packages for our care leavers aged 19 to 22, and also support under our Armed Forces Covenant. So our policy intention is to enable providers to target training courses to lower skilled, low waged and unemployed residents to increase their participation in the labour market. And this is in alignment with our employment and skills strategy to tackle inequalities in the labour market and reduce skills deficits, to enable more of our citizens to access local jobs and improve the quality of life and the availability of a skilled workforce. We will review our funding policies as part of the planned independent annual evaluation for the third year of devolution, and this will be an impact evaluation looking over the 3 academic year period. Thank you, members, and I commend this paper to the board.
Thank you, Parminder. Councillor Singer, I understand that these proposals were endorsed unanimously by the Skills Committee. Is there anything you would like to add as the lead member?
No.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments on the report from other board members, or can we move to the vote? Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, may I place on record how much I admire the work which has been done by Parminder over the years in this area. He's been extremely responsive to my previous questions and suggestions, and I'm sure that he will be responsive to my suggestions today as well. I have a concern about this when looking at the additional flexibilities and enhancements which have been introduced for 2022-23. I was sorry not to see any improvement and increase in the premium for learners living in the 20% most deprived postcodes in the sub-region. I did mention previously I don't think it's right to be done based on subcodes. It should be based on the LSOAs, because the LSOAs are the data which are used for this, but I see that hasn't been changed yet. But I'm disappointed not to see that there's been any improvement in this. And given that we know that we have certain areas of desperate skill shortage in our sub-region, and that those areas are highly coterminous with the areas of greatest deprivation in the index of multiple deprivation, I'm disappointed not to see an increase in the premium. And I wonder, Mayor, if I may ask, if, just for confirmation, of what percentage that premium effectively is at the moment, because my recollection of what it was when I raised this point previously was very disappointing. So maybe things have improved. So if either Lucy or Parminder can say what that percentage premium is, I think that would be helpful.
Parminder, do you want to come in on that?
Yes, just to say thank you to Councillor Bowden for the question, and just to say that it is that flexibility was introduced last year, and it is in place this year, and it's a 4% uplift, and this is over and above the uplift under the national system, and in terms of providing the further information about those uplifts, we can circulate a paper outside, but that uplift is in place, and it is 4% over and above the uplift that's already in place.
I'd like to thank Parminder for that answer. My recollection, I must admit, I recollected it as being 5%, so it shows how time manages to create some inflation. But honestly, 4% as an uplift for deprivation, and we are meant to be an authority which is trying to focus particularly on those areas of greatest deprivation and trying to reduce the levels of inequality that there are within our area, and to have an uplift, a premium for learners of 4% based on whether they're in the 20% most deprived areas in our sub-region, that's almost tokenistic, and I just wonder if some consideration could be given, not now, because I fully appreciate this has been worked through and is going to go ahead, but if some consideration can be given when the review is taking place as to whether that 4% is an appropriate figure to have, Mayor.
That's a good point. What would you suggest?
I'm not skilled enough in the area to be able to give an appropriate figure. I don't have enough knowledge. It just struck me when that 4% was originally proposed. I thought that just doesn't sound like something which has a significant effect. But I'd much rather leave it to the experts rather than me put in some amateur figure.
I think it's an important challenge. I look forward to Parminder and the team coming back with that, and maybe there is something there. Oh, sorry. Over to you, Councillor Singer.
Just to reply very briefly, I'm not against what Councillor Bowden says, but I do think it's really important to be aware that this budget is almost entirely spent on people who are in relatively deprived circumstances, regardless of where they live across the CPCA area, because the adult education budget is it's only available to particular groups of people. So while I'm happy to go away and look at it, I do think it's really important to be clear that actually pretty much all of this money is going to people in relatively deprived circumstances, regardless of where they live. And I wouldn't want us to put too much emphasis on one geographical area over another in this particular case. But I'm happy to look at it again.
Yes, if you want to come back.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, in light of the comments which have made extremely helpful comments which have just been made by Lucy, if we could be provided with what percentage of the total budget is going to that 20% at the moment, then that would be really helpful. What percentage of the total budget is going to those? If you're saying that it's the overwhelming majority, then of course what I'm saying doesn't have a great deal of validity. If it's not the case, then of course what I'm saying does have validity.
If I could just interrupt, I think we need a bit more information, and I'm sure you're happy to provide it to Councillor Bowden as he's requested. Is it okay? Right, I would like to move to the vote. Councillor Singer brought the recommendation. I'm happy to second it. Can we go to the vote for these recommendations? Those in favour? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Parminder. Thank you, Fliss. Right, we're now going to part 6, Business Board recommendations for the Combined Authority Board. So, just to remind members that when the Combined Authority Board takes decisions as an accountable body for the Business Board, it is committed to acting in line with our assurance framework in the interests of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough area as a whole, and taking decisions based on the recommendations of the Business Board. Item 6.1 is the Local Growth Fund Management Budget. Alan Downton, our Deputy Chief Officer of the Business Board, joins us to introduce the report. Over to you, Alan. Sorry,
Good afternoon.
Alan. Sorry, yes, Alan.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, members. The Business Board is responsible for the management and administration of the Local Growth Fund budget on behalf of the CPCA. There is an opportunity to reprofile this management top slice from 2022-23 into 23-24. This management top slice is used for supporting staffing costs, evaluation and monitoring, partial Business Board remuneration, procurement and programme reporting. I just want to draw your attention to item 3.3, which explains why we're in this situation. 3.4 explains the benefits of doing so. I also just want to draw members' attention to, subject to the reprofile being agreed, then the resource requirements will be developed and agreed as part of the Combined Authorities Transformation Programme. So I'm seeking your approval for the proposed reprofiling, which is in Table 1 of the Local Growth Fund Management top slice into 23-24, please. Thank you.
The recommendations before us were endorsed unanimously by the Business Board. Are there any comments or questions from members? I can see no indication, so we will move to the vote. In the absence of Austin, I'll propose. It's okay for me to propose, is it? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bailey. So votes in favour, please raise your hands. It was all worthwhile, Alan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on now to 7.1. Part 7 of the agenda is governance reports. It's the annual report and business plan 2022 to 2023. The report was republished on 23rd of March to correct a formatting error, and board members were sent a copy of the revised report electronically. Nathan Bunting, the programme coordinator, joins us remotely to introduce the report. Nathan, nice to see you. The floor is yours.
Good to see you as well. Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, members. So the paper is to seek approval of the 2022-23 annual report and business plan. The business plan, driven by the themes of the Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement, aims to set out to the public and stakeholders what we will be delivering within the next financial year. The business plan includes projects that are budget lines within the Combined Authority medium-term financial plan, as at January 2022 board meeting. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Nathan. So we are recommended to approve this report and business plan. Are there any questions? Okay, in that case we can move to the vote. Oh, sorry. Sorry, yeah, okay, of course there's have debate, I just didn't see your hands going up, sorry. Okay, I'm over to debate. Who wants to speak first? Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. I've got one specific comment about an item that isn't included in the business plan, and people won't be surprised to hear me saying that it's the double tracking of the Soham line, which formed an integral and very important part of the rationale for the very large investment that the Combined Authority made into opening Soham railway station, and is necessary to facilitate hourly services. So it's very, very important, and I hope Nick is listening to this discussion. I requested information about where we were up to with this in February on the progress of the double tracking of the Soham railway line to facilitate this hourly service, but I haven't had a response yet, and obviously it's not costed in this business plan. What I don't have an understanding of is where we're at in the process and what the next piece of work is required to move it forward. Is it a feasibility study? Is it a business case? I don't know what piece of work is necessary. The paper that came to the January board meeting about progress against the devolution deal commitments stated that the double tracking project is in progress. And I just don't understand how we've got to the point where, as a district council, my officers are spending their time working up project initiation documents on stuff that's already in the Combined Authority's business plan and programme, was part of the original devolution deal, and I thought was forging ahead because we'd delivered Soham's railway station, and this is an integral part of making that work and making it stack up to give people hourly services. So I've had a chat earlier with Roland, and he says he's going to provide me with an update, but people keep saying that and nothing ever seems to happen. So I can't understand why there's no costings for this in the business plan. More broadly on the business plan, I absolutely support the framework that it is set out and the growth ambition statement donut and all of that, and it's a nice pretty document. But I'm just not in the habit of being able to sign off a business plan where it's got a whole heap of projects that are just uncosted, no business case proved, that we've just sort of stuck a bit of a finger in the air on to date, and when it's still showing a significant amount of headroom in the budget and we've got a whole load of unproven business cases. So I honestly believe it would stand us in much better stead if we were to defer this and wait until those projects have more clarity and certainty and we can actually support them and include them in a business plan. A business plan is your firm intention to deliver, and we've still got a whole load of projects that we need a whole lot more information on before we can know whether they're supported or not. So I would vastly prefer that we defer this and bring it back when it's ready to be fully and properly supported, and preferably with information on how we're going to be delivering the doubling the track of Soham, which is and we spoke about this, Nick, at the Soham railway station opening, and I know you understand the importance of doubling the track. So it's in there in words, but it's not costed, and it has to be.
Okay, in response to that, I know you've already spoken to the head of transport, and I will take it as an action to ensure that you get the formal response to the question you pose. You are right, doubling the track, but for Soham is an important part of the longer-term plan. But for the record, my understanding is that in order to be effective and actually run frequent trains through there, we have not trying to put the cart before the horse. We have to have a guarantee that Ely area junction enhancement has to happen, and we have to get the buy-in from Network Rail. I can reassure you that has been said at every single meeting I have ever had with Network Rail about the importance of that. And hopefully those two things will align to deliver what we obviously both agree on, is improved connectivity through that line. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. You talk about putting the cart before the horse. Well, a business plan is meant to be an accumulation of all of the plans that we do have and which we've agreed, which have been properly scoped, which have had properly proven business cases which have gone through. And in some, I think this is more akin in some cases to being a wish list rather than a business plan. And it's for that reason, I believe, that it's probably appropriate for us just to defer, for you to defer this particular item until we're in a position where we actually have gone through the business cases of the various items concerned. Then we can say we have a business plan for proven business cases. At the moment we don't, and it almost makes a mockery of the title of this being a business plan, because technically it's not. So if that were a formal proposal by Councillor Bailey to suggest deferment, I would be happy to second that.
Okay, I will not be supporting that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Councillor Fuller.
Then we vote against.
I would just echo both of those previous speakers in what they've said there. I mean, I've got my officers at the moment working on putting together the business cases for the PID projects that have come forward, and I see them here in the business plan we're being asked to approve today. So is that wasted effort on behalf of my officers' time? Are we, in effect, by agreeing the business plan, saying we're agreeing those proposals? If so, why are my officers having to present business cases to the combined authority behind the scenes after the board has agreed its business plan? It's not a strategic leadership way of doing things, Mayor, and so I think we need to defer this.
As I say, I will not be suggesting that we should defer it, and I'll draw on the words of Councillor Fitzgerald at the start of the meeting to get on with things, and I think we need to be getting on with things. Councillor Herbert.
Well, I think, I mean, I just sense there's an effort here to divide rather than to edit, and I think there are, well, let me speak, I listened to you thoroughly. There is very clear mention, Mayor, in this document of a commitment to look at the range of infrastructure that needs to bring on the Solent project. But clearly, there isn't the ability to state sums of money at the moment. So I do support a two-part report. We have had various versions of Ain't We Doing Wonderful documents every year. And some of them have been far hollower than this. I mean, I can go back and show you some of them. M11 extension. I mean, I could list about 12 projects which featured in previous annual reports, Stoke business plans, that were just absolute rubbish. But I think it is right. Now, if it's necessary for officers to edit the terms of what is being stated, this is an annual report on what has been achieved in the last year, but I do believe, and I'll be voting to approve this, it's all a question of wording. There is a huge value in sharing to the wider community the whole range of projects that continue from page 340 all the way through to 348. And if it says that there is still decisions to be made, and if it says that some of the more complicated projects will be worked up further, and if it says that some of the projects can only happen with government funding, because we're often a lever to that, then I don't mind. But I don't see any reason to reject this item, Mayor. No one is going to read it with the appropriate wording in it, as if saying that there is a neglect of some of the other options. There is a huge amount that's being achieved by this organisation, particularly in the areas of the geography that need infrastructure investment. And I think this document sums it up very well. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. So just to follow on from the positive comments of Councillor Herbert, this is the first time in 4 years that I've seen a business report like this, which actually doesn't seem to be a work largely of fiction, and which I can stand behind. So I recognise this, I recognise the achievements in it, I recognise the ambition in it, and okay, you know, stuff will change regarding the detail and the funding and the partner organisations, but you know, it's suddenly something which I recognise and which is a useful document to me, which certainly none of the previous ones in the past 3 years have been.
Okay. No further comments coming forward there, so I'm going to ask the question, can we now move to the vote? I am moving these recommendations, and so I do need to have a seconder. Oh, Councillor Herbert, thank you for your vote of confidence. Votes in favour, please raise your hands. Those against? So, the first time of a tie that I remember.
Yep, so it falls for want of a majority.
What's that say?
It falls for want of a majority.
Okay.
It's not taken.
So we have to make a note that the current annual report and business plan has not been accepted, and what do we do now?
No doubt further work and brought back to the future meeting.
Okay, well, no, hold on. I'm sorry, excuse me. I think we'll try and bring it back at the earliest opportunity, because it's important to get on with things, as Councillor Fitzgerald made a point of at the start of the meeting. Councillor Fitzgerald.
I think, Mayor, to be helpful, it is coming back. You need to get the reasons, specific reasons, as to what is not in here, what should be in here. So, in terms of what I would expect from a business plan, there are things in here that are now not in here or were never included. There are things that are included, Ryan was talking about, that shouldn't be included if they're not approved. It's bizarre. It just doesn't. I'm not wholly against it. You know, so I want to be. I know we've taken the vote and everything, but I just want to be clear. You try to be supportive, but there are points. So in terms of this business plan, should we?
Sorry, we have actually closed. I have closed the item.
No, you have closed the item. I'm just making some comments to be helpful. So in terms of,
are they helpful or divisive?
No, they're not divisive. Look, what I expect as a member of the combined authority is within this business plan some of my priorities or things that are important to my authority. And who's asking those questions of me or my officers? When they were asked, they were then told they're all out. Thanks.
I've been advised helpfully that could I ask all the members who have raised the concerns to put them in writing, and they will bring them forward for the report going forward. Okay, no, I think it would be helpful for the officers and the hard work undertaken by Nathan and the team. Could they be made in writing, and then we can obviously discuss it also maybe in the future at a leaders strategy meeting. Sorry, Councillor Bailey.
I've raised my concerns in the meeting today. My main overarching concern, well, you know about the SERM doubling, but my overarching concern is that there are items in there that we have not had gone through the business case process. That's my main concern.
Okay, that's noted, and we've got that in the minutes. Sorry, Councillor Fitzgerald. I'm closing the item. Item 7.2 is the performance management of the Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement. Mike Soper, Analysis and Evaluation Manager, joins us remotely to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm aware I wished you good morning this morning, and I wish you good afternoon this afternoon, so I'll keep my comments brief. Just to say that the report and the recommendations follow the 6 capitals themes that was outlined in the Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement. At present, the board really has a single one number indicator that it really focuses on, which is gross value added, GVA, how we're doing economically. And given the approach now outlined in the Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement, we need to do and look at something much wider in certainly how we're measuring sustainability and sustainable growth. So we're proposing a wider set of indicators to be brought to the board every quarter. Just a note for members' interest, in section 3 I've outlined the engagement with board members, with constituent authorities, and more importantly with the Office of National Statistics around the data that's going to be available on into perpetuity that we can monitor over time, and that sort of dialogue has informed the indicators as proposed here, and there's always the opportunity, because these things are iterative, for that dialogue to continue to inform the sort of data that we are looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any questions, or can we move to the vote? Councillor Bowden?
I'm a little bit concerned, and I think it's worthwhile mentioning this, at the usefulness of data provided to us. An example being the small area income estimates. The usefulness of data which is made available to us, which is massively, massively out of date. And I fully accept that we are receiving it as soon as it is produced, or propose that we receive it as soon as it's produced. But in terms of making decisions, I think that being told that for 2019-2020, which you'll recall is wholly before the COVID even began, we won't even receive those numbers until between June and October 2022. And I just wonder whether we need a health check on some of this data, and whether some of the data is actually worth less than would be the case if we didn't publish it at all. I'm just concerned about things where data lags so badly that it's out of date and doesn't contribute to our decision making, Mayor.
Is there any specific examples you'd like to give?
I gave the specific example of the small area income estimates.
Okay, sorry, fine, thank you.
I could
sorry, sorry, Michael, sorry, do you want to come in?
Nobody's got their hand up. I can answer that question. I agree with Councillor Bowden. We've raised that concern collectively as a group of combined authorities with ONS. They report that having put a lot of their monitoring and evaluation work into, and their effort into monitoring all things related to COVID, they are now substantially behind with their normal data release schedule. The example I always use is the gross value added figure that we always use. Used to come out in December. At the moment, it's supposed to be coming out in May, but we've been informed there'll be a slight delay to that release as well. So ONS are promising an improvement in a sort of a catch-up plan, an improvement in the speed of release, but it's certainly something we need to test, and we will try and keep ahead of the game, if we like, by using some sort of interim indicators where we can find those and where those are available. The only challenge with those is they'll be comprehensive enough to cover the entire area. But I do acknowledge the problem, and we have raised that with ONS, and ONS are promising to speed up their release post-COVID.
But just to clarify, what you're proposing is 29 performance indicators, whereas previously we only had 3, and within those performance indicators we also have sub-measures. Okay, so an enhanced level of scrutiny and rigour. Okay, does anybody else want to make any other comments? Right, nobody wants to make any more comments. I am moving the recommendations. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Nasinger. Those in favour? I think that one's unanimous. Wave a bit more, you might get the lights back on. Okay, fine. Okay, so that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Which side of the room? Oh, well, it's probably, but I think I'm quiet. Okay, there you are. Item 7.3 is the Local Assurance Framework. Rina Rujam, lawyer, joins us remotely to introduce the report. Rina?
Thank you. Good afternoon. This report is being brought to the Combined Authority Board today to update you on recent changes made to the Local Assurance Framework following republication of the National Local Growth Assurance Framework last year. Colleagues at CPCA were advised by BASE that there were no significant changes made to the LEF obligations, and section 2.3 of this report highlights a summary of changes. In light of the pandemic, a new set of exemptions were issued which offer temporary adjustments to the compliance requirements, and these can be found at Appendix 3 of the report, and they specifically concern the business board. Officers, as part of their annual compliance, undertook a review of the local assurance framework, and section 2.5 highlights the key amendments and revisions. I don't propose to read through them, just briefly for noting. Following the business board meeting on 14 September 2021, as per the recommendations approved by the board, amendments have been made to highlight the following: encouragement of local business representative organisations and trade unions to apply for membership of the business board meetings to be held in public, and in line with the exemptions, the option to extend the term of the office for the chair and vice chair for a further 3 years in exceptional circumstances if approved by the board. Further, to the Combined Authority Board on the 27th of October 2021, the local assurance framework has been amended to include climate change assessment, which will form part of the project initiation document, business case development and procurement criteria. And finally, the adult education budget section has been updated to reflect current decision-making processes and includes its wider monitoring and reporting obligations. At present, the CPCA is undergoing a governance review and a constitutional review, and we await further guidance following the LEP review. Taking these points into consideration, the local assurance framework will require further revision in the near future. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on the report? So I'm going to move those recommendations. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fitzgerald. Those in favour? Thank you, Rena. Appreciated. Unanimous, yeah. Okay, so
thank you.
Item 7.4 is the annotated forward plan. The last item of business is 7.4, the annotated forward plan for March. Are there any questions or comments on the forward plan? Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, just one. I couldn't think where else to bring this up, but I raised with Rob the issue about officer and mayoral decision notices not being properly recorded on the authority's website. That doesn't appear to have been rectified yet, so the last officer decision notice is January 21 and the last mayoral one is February 21. And am I right in saying that they are supposed to be reported back to the next meeting of the board as well when they're taken?
So firstly, I'm alarmed by that. I've been assured it was all updated, so I'm going to need to speak to the team. Mayoral decisions are reported into the board, so when they are, they should be. But I will take that away again, and apologies to you for having to raise it again.
And the reason that this has just come across my awareness now, well, there was the previous one around CAM, which I had a special interest in, but I am aware that a decision was taken recently to support the Wisbeach Tesco bus, I think it's known as, and very well done for doing that. But I keep asking whether that was done under a mayoral decision notice or an officer decision notice. I can't find it on the website, and nothing's been reported to the board today. And I've never ever seen a mayoral decision notice or an officer decision notice reported in a combined authority board meeting that I've sat at, ever. So I think they're all unconstitutional, potentially. So it does need fixing. I've raised it, and nothing seems to be being done.
Sorry, can I... point... Councillor Herbert.
They weren't reported at all in the first couple of years.
As I just said, in fact, I've never seen...
In the first couple of years, but I mean, so I'm with you, Councillor Bailey, if you want to have a reporting system.
No, I don't want to have a report, just to clarity. The normal system is supposed to be that mayoral and officer decision notices are supposed to be made publicly available to the public no, but they're not. There's nothing on the website unless there's a second place on the website, but if you just Google decision notices, the last officer decision notice that's published is January 21 and the last mayoral decision notice is February 21. So they're not on the website. And constitutionally, they're supposed to be reported to the next available meeting of the Combined Authority Board. And I'm just saying, I've never ever known one be reported, so I don't think we're doing it properly. That's the only comment I'm making. And I'm hoping we can fix it.
Yeah, no, it's extremely important points, and we need to respond. I think what I'll do is take away an action and report back on where we are, and if there are any that have been missed, then through LSM in the first instance will be. You'll be shown what they are. We'll have a further discussion if need be, but I completely take it on board. We need to sort that out.
Thank you. Is there any more questions or comments? I don't believe so. So we'll move to the vote, and I'm moving the recommendation to approve the forward plan for March. Do I have a seconder? Can't see my singer. Those in favour? And those against? Oh, sorry. Was that unanimous? I rather hoping we're not. Are we? I have a date in the diary, but it's not planned. Not planned at the moment. It was there as some sort of safety net, but no. So we aren't proposing to use the reserve meeting date on the 27th of April, so we will meet next on Wednesday the 1st of June for our annual meeting. Sorry, it was written down here. So thank you to everyone for attending today, and for those watching the meeting on the live stream or as a recording. The meeting is now closed. Thank you.